one final testimony here. This is from Nathaniel. I just found this, and it speaks to me on a lot of levels. Too many forget that the continuance of a people should come from the love of one's own people, and not a hate for the other. I hate the mistakes I made. I wear them every day, and some I even wish I could take back. But time is merciless and flows only forward. I'm trying to rectify them, but some I may just have to live with. It's an uphill battle. Listen to this guy, No White Guilt.
Listen to this guy, No White Guilt, No White Guilt, No White Guilt, Listen to this guy, No White Guilt, No White Guilt, No White Guilt.
Everything from being a man to encouraging your kin to face tattoos to how you identify yourself and your beliefs to discerning your motivations for why you want to see the children of the West survive. Don't make my mistakes. You'll feel like a fool otherwise. Don't make my mistakes. That's from Nathaniel Nelson. A warning to him about the warnings that he wished he had somebody share with him.
Listen to this guy, No White Guilt, No White Guilt, No White Guilt, Listen to this guy, No White Guilt, No White Guilt, No White Guilt, Listen to this guy, No White Guilt, No White Guilt.
Which leads us to another part, anti-whiteism, which is a huge part of this hell. That if you're a male, you're white, you are public enemy number one.
Hey kid, don't ever let them get inside your head. They'll tell you what to do in life instead of everything you know that you could get. Don't let them guide your life towards regret. I'll fight for what I love with every breath. My past is filled with things I won't forget. I use them all to push me to my best. So treat the worst of times just like a test. If only I could go back in time, I'd tell myself that everything will end up alright. Just push yourself, test yourself, figure out what you like, and find your limits, don't be rigid, always work towards a prime. Surround yourself with open minds, people can change your life. A few friends with intent can help you feel alive. Find a passion, take some action, and with a little time, just be patient, make a statement, try to enjoy your life. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless. They don't wanna see me care. Anytime I make some progress, I can see that they compare. I think everyone's against me, maybe something in the air. Am I paranoid? I swear a void is forming and they're scared. I walk a straight path, not many can say that. I like to play fast, cross me and there's payback. You better pray that I don't see your face at any place that I go. I know you hate that. I've been doing fine, I'm not wasting any more time. I live for the fight and the climb, and I think that the pain that's deep inside is what defines. So I won't give up, I'm gonna make it to the top. I don't care what's in my way, I swear I'm never gonna stop. I could fall flat on my face and I swear I will get back up, cause I don't deserve a thing and the road ahead is tough. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless.
When there's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs, I'll hold my tears and trade my ears for a glimpse at kingdom come. On the other side of misery, there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. In our own towns, we're foreigners now. Our names are spat and cursed. The headline smack of another attack, not the last and not the worst. Oh, my fathers, they look down on me. I wonder what they feel to see their noble sons driven down beneath a coward's heel. Oh my God, we'll have our home again. My God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. My God, we'll have our home. The road is dark, the way is lost. My eyes, they strain to see. I struggle forth to find a friend to light the way for me. Oh, brothers, can you hear my voice, or am I all alone? If there's no fire to guide my way, then I will start my own. Oh my God, we'll have our home again. My God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home.
Featured stories today. We might touch upon a tiny bit of Keith Wood's video from his tweet where he just crossed 50,000 followers on Twitter. Big congratulations. We will review Mark Dice. We will review show number 2 of Tucker Carlson. There's some interesting tidbits in there. And as well as reviewing Conrad and Dr. Turley, it is a review, sort of a Sunday gathering. Anna Charity will be swashing through today as well. I'm looking forward to that. Keep your eyes peeled. Your comments, calls, questions. And then there's this. A man walks into a bar and asks the bartender, "What sort of specials do you have today?" "Well, sir, today I have an apple for every flavor." Interested, the man asks, "Do you have one that tastes like Jack and Coke?" "Of course," chimes the bartender, handing the man an apple. The man takes a bite and proclaims, "This just tastes like Jack. Where's the Coke?" The bartender responds, "Turn it around." The man turns the apple around and takes another bite. Amazed, he delightfully says, "Wow, that does taste like Jack and Coke." A second man walks into the bar and approaches the bartender. "What sort of specials do you have today?" The first man quickly interjects, "Oh, man, he has an apple for every flavor. Just pick one." So the second man responds, "Do you have one that tastes like gin and tonic?" "Of course," says the bartender, handing the second man an apple. The man takes a bite and proclaims, "This just tastes like gin. Where's the tonic?" And the bartender responds, "Turn it around." So the second man turns it around and takes another bite. Excited, he says, "Amazing. That really does taste like gin and tonic." At this point, a third man walks into the bar and approaches the bartender. The two men quickly say to him, "Oh, man, he has an apple for every single flavor. You gotta try it." The man stands there for a moment thinking to himself before asking, "Do you have one that tastes like lady bits?" "Of course," says the bartender, handing the third man an apple. The man takes a bite and immediately spits it out everywhere, nearly vomiting as he shouts at the bartender, "This tastes like shit." To which the bartender responds, "Turn it around." Oh, those are some uncouth bastards over there in the Going Free community. It's great to see you all on this glorious Sunday for white well-being. It's magnificent. It is, of course, 5 p.m. in the once great state of Virginia. across from Mordor on the Potomac, 7 in Sydney, 10 in London, and midnight in Moscow, where they're saying that that guy Putin over there is so nefarious, he just kills his own people just to show folks how evil he is. We are going free, ladies and gentlemen. It is a Sunday, and over the course of this gathering, we would like you to ask me and to ask folks in this community some questions if you are new, and so you can get filled in with how things work here. What's the big difference? What's the reason that community has so much happiness? Why do they have so many victories where everybody else has defeats, and they're just doom documenting the endless strings of defeats and then talking endlessly, abstractly about the different ideologies, the different that sort of populate the air, the stelliferous night of doom for these muppets, really many of them, not all. We do something very different. So please ask your questions respectfully. Now, over the course of this gathering, you can financially gift yours truly, and you can do so at a couple of the platforms that you will find in the description below. You can rappel into that description, and you will find Cash App, which is available to you to financially gift with cash, to financially gift with cryptocurrency. You may also rappel down in there and find Entropy, where you may financially gift with cash. There's also a question widget over there so that if you ask any questions, they won't roll away. The Tall Kevin widget, as we also lovingly call it, they can only be deleted by you or me. Your questions or comments, that is, not your person. And you may also rappel down into the description and find Odyssey, where you may financially gift in a cryptocurrency, their little cryptocurrency over there, or with cash money. And finally, there is DLive, and you may financially gift there in their cute little cryptocurrency. And you can tag me on all of these platforms, including YouTube, where I want you to be. I want you to stay because YouTube likes it that way. So you can tag me there as No White Guilt. It will light up for me, and I will then be able to see it more easily, since I have to wear glasses last couple of years now, to my great chagrin. But it is wonderful to be here with everybody today. You may also financially gift, if you are so inclined, with a cryptocurrency anonymously that I will review and share the anonymous gift the subsequent week. You can do so at nowhiteguilt.org. Head on up to the financial gift tab, click on that. You will see the wallets I use there. In fact, it would be nice if somebody would give like maybe the lowest possible maybe denomination of what is it, a Toshi? What is it over there? The not a full one of that. If you can even give less than that, just so we can see that it still works. It's been so long since anybody has given any cryptocurrency over there. And you will also find a snail mail address there as well if you would like to mail me. And we do have a piece of mail in the mail bag today, at least one. And so very happy about that. Always happy about receiving mail in the mail bag. Very quickly, I am going to go through some swashbuckling announcements, as we are wont to do before we get started, which we're going to begin. I think we will touch upon Keith Woods. We want to wish him a congratulations, reaching 50,000 subscribers on Twitter and maybe going to the moon for the young man. But we will begin right now with celebrating somebody you know very well. Please get out your raucous emojis, your 07s, 007s, and absolutely some swashbuckling flags, ladies and gentlemen, for the one and only Franklin, who continues to wallpaper the great state of Virginia. Everywhere you go in Virginia, it has become apparent that there is a one man on a one-man mission. He visits every town, every crossroad, every byway, every highway, every parking lot. He's there, and he is sharing in real time and IRL the message of white well-being to bring folks from far and wide into the great work that we are doing here, because we are the ones who change the world. We are the change agents. Big swashbuckling flags, please. Drop some crowns on his head, ladies and gentlemen. Drop some crowns on that man's head. The great, the one and only Franklin, out there in the real world. If you're not doing it, you better be sharing it. And if you're not sharing it, you better be hating yourself. We'll keep it going now for the great No White Guilt clips. I was checking out some of his tweets, and clips that he has made are up in the teens of thousands, the 20s of thousands, many, many tens of thousands. And the clips that he's making far and wide. That's worthy of some big swashbuckling flags. He's beginning to grow like he hadn't had growth before. And so we're very excited about that. The great No White Gill Clips. You know how much we love him here. Make sure that gentleman gets crowns and some swashbuckling flags as well. And keep it going. Swash, deep swash for these three. And I tack on right now the great Yiz the Unifier over there in Academic Agents. And I'm sure she's with us today and she can fill you in with any questions you might have on their servers. And she's using the lexicon. Everybody she comes in contact with, and they are picking it up. Why? Because exactly as we articulated here in service to white well-being, there's a manual, folks. There's a manual. And the third one is going to be even bigger. The third one's going to be even bigger than this. And you can use this manual, this method of going free that we are employing across the world. Yiz is reaching out. She's having these conversations. Why do these things, why do these concepts, why are they taken up? It's because they are curative contagions. People want to use what works for them. People want to use what wins for them in their conversations, both in their mind, which is the most important place that you have to begin with, all the way down into their conversations with strangers. But of course, you have the fair to middling, friends and relatives and things of this nature, colleagues, co-workers, maybe co-workers, whatever it might be. And you reach these people with these concepts, and it is moral, it is just, it is good, it is wholesome, and it changes minds. A great thank you to all three of these true champions, names that will never be forgotten. Yiz the Unifier, No White Gill Clips, and the great Franklin. And what I want to do right now with the rest of this 007s swashbuckling, before we get into the very first story, which is going to be Keith Woods, and that is I want to read out the names of those and their financial gifts from last week, both on the roll-in and on the gathering on Sunday, because a couple came in late on the roll-in that I missed. And of course, if you watched any of last Sunday's gathering, you'll know that there was a giant chunk that we lost to technical difficulties, not resulting from my equipment, but resulting from the internet and the provider. So we want to read those right now, and we want to get out the 007 swashbuckling emojis, strewing the diamonds on the ground, and the gems and the diamonds and the crowns for the heads. And we begin right now with Dr. I. God bless you, sir. $25 financial gift. And he writes there, sorry, brother, missed the show. God bless you, sir. That's Dr. I, ladies and gentlemen, from last week. Maki, also from last week, another $25 financial gift. Giving it up for these folks, these champions. God bless you. Maybe some fireworks, maybe some happy faces, maybe some laughing faces. And Maki writes, he says, the anti-white mestizo in that video that we were reviewing, the very anti-white guy that we were reviewing the video last week, he said, was criminal coping. Yes, he was. Well written, brother. And thank you so much for that financial gift. We have I Love Jesus Christ, financially gifting $10 last week. God bless you. And writing there for white well-being. We know we love that sister. Thank you so much for that $10 financial gift from I Love Jesus Christ. We have the great, just two more now, both of them from the same lady, Mrs. Jez Hors, financially gifting $5. Throw the diamonds at her feet and the crowns for her head. She writes with those $5. Good evening. I also would like to highlight Elaine Sabatino for all her IRL, white well-being activity. And then she adds a little white heart emoji. Isn't that lovely? We honor and celebrate each other. You don't, folks, you don't always need me to say, hey, let's applaud this person or let's applaud that person. We can prop them up on a pedestal whenever we want, wherever we want. And God bless. Thank you so much for that, Mrs. Jez Horse, for the great Elaine Sabatino, swashing, of course, with the absolute best of them. No stopping Elaine, ladies and gentlemen. The names will resound to the ends of time. And this very big 007s, 25, give out, 95s in the chat for this wonderful woman, ladies and gentlemen. Team White Wellbeing, Mrs. Jez Horse, financially gifting 100 white well-being dollars, ladies and gentlemen. Great Mrs. Jez Horse, unbelievable. What a just immaculate, a pristine member of Team White Wellbeing. We can't be stopped. $100, and she says, you Jason, have changed the world with your going free method. You have saved lives, families, marriages, and children have been born in your name. You are such a great hero to our people and for all the world. We recapture our when we recapture our destiny, when Western kind is pristine, all peoples can succeed. Thank you, sir. Thank you, madam. God bless you, the great Mrs. Jez Horse. We love that woman. Handful of seconds, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be right back. All right. Well, I see Yiz the Unifier is with us tonight. Great to see you, sister. Jen is here. Hello, and thank you for being here, sister. Deb as well. Great to see you, sister. And there's Elaine Sabatino. We were just talking about her. All you need to do is mention her name, and she appears. It's like the reverse of Bloody Mary. You look in the mirror, and you say, Elaine Sabatino, Elaine Sabatino, Elaine Sabatino, and she appears. And the walls and everything are bedecked in glorious handmade artwork for white well-being. And she is there to wish you a happy white well-being, a Promethean hails and Promethean greetings. There's the great Franklin. Thank you all so very much. There's Franklin with lions in the live chat. Thank you all so much for the swashbuckling flags. Is that George? Hello, Promethean Promulgation is here. Sam is here. Great to see you, dear brother. Let's see. There's Mrs. Jez Horse. Hello, sister. Wonderful to have you here. Draco is here. Wonderful to have you as well. Azimuth Clark, a spectacular champion in service to white well-being. Wonderful. Hyperborean Dream is here as well. The world echoes with his name. Who else do we have? Say hello. Get involved. We're going to jump right into. There's Angry Scandinavian, and he's throwing up the swashbuckling flags for our swash, the epic swash of this week. Art Acrobats, great to see you as well. Jody is here. Hello, 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 sister. Welcome. Missouri Battle Flag, hello to you and welcome. Gothic is here as well. The champs have shown up. Tim is here. Hello and welcome. Fit and healthy at any age has just walked into the room doing curls while he's here. Great to see you. Cool Papa J Magic, a real champ. Wonderful to see you. Promethean healing. A blessed Promethean healing to you. Great to see you. Thank you so much. I had a Promethean healing. I had, as you know, you might be able to still see, I had some incision on my face to revise a wound that was received in a fight, and those kinds of things shouldn't happen. You should be a good person out there. You shouldn't get in. I think Rapunzel might have a story of being on the telephone with me, and I was driving down the road, and it was just a melodious little conversation one day. And we were having, yes, and she had no idea. And I said, could you hold on a minute? And she said, yeah, I can hold on. So I got out of the car and I had just a minor little conversation on the roadway. And I got back into the car, and for some strange reason, every word was able to be heard by her. It was just a minor altercation. Perhaps she'll talk about it one of these days. But you shouldn't do that. Anyhow, I had a bandage on my face. And because there were stitches running down my face, and they removed that. Actually, I found some more stitches that were not removed. So I removed those stitches, and now we're in the healing process. Now we're trying to heal it. Now we're going to see if it will heal for good this time, and then I'll be done with it. Who else do we have? Another reason why you shouldn't fight. Those injuries in the movies, it's just like, oh, that character's gone. Now it's just no, they get like the head's like bashed open and they're fine in the next scene. It doesn't work that way. Northwest is here. Great to see you. Even when you win. Even when you win, it's not worth it. Let me not forget to greet No White Guild. Hails to you, brother. Big Promethean hails to you, Samuski. All right, just scrolling through. Folks, if you hadn't given the like, please give a like to the stream. It might help me, and I thank you very much for that. If you haven't grabbed the URL and shared it elsewhere, telling folks, get here now, or No White Guilt will come and kill you, I would appreciate it. Then I won't have to come and kill you. And it'll be just like this happy thing all the way around, like ring around the rosy, pockets full of posy. Who else do we have here? James is here. Great to see you, brother. WorldConqueror is here. Wonderful champion. Wonderful. All right. We're going to have a look. We're going to have a look at Franklin. Did you get my text message? Did you respond to it? Did you see it? Oh, looks like Elaine wrote. So I'll have to check. Or you just gave a like to my comment. Was that what happened? All right. Okay. All right. So yes, the answer was yes. Thank you, my good sir. Thank you, my good sir. Should I start working on my impersonations again like I used to do many, many, many years ago? I used to be able to do quite a few impersonations very well. But I stopped doing that because it just was boring for me. Maybe we'll look at that kind of a thing again. Why don't we pull up, though? We're going to go ahead and pull up. Well, let's give a big round of applause for the great Keith Woods, who has reached 50,000 subs on Twitter just the other day. And we hope this is the beginning. Okay. Thank you very much for that, my good brother. So we will bring this up. There you go. There's the young man. So he reached 50,000. He made a 50,000 subs. He made a little video, and he mentions anti-whiteism. Now, let's just watch. I've only seen maybe not even the full minute, but that's all that I really thought that would be worth watching, because we hear him use anti-whiteism, which of course is 100% us, 100% my life's work, 100% Team White Wellbeing that has caused this to be. And yeah, we're going to keep taking credit where we deserve credit, and we will always give credit where credit is deserved. And wherever anybody tries to usurp credit or anything like this, we'll push back on it. So let's go ahead and see what the great Keith Woods has to say here.
People being sovereign over their homeland, towards the open society, towards this globalist conception of the state. And
okay, can everybody hear Keith okay? He's talking about the globalist conception of the state. All right, I assume everybody can hear him okay. If you can't, okay. Thank you.
Human rights. And obviously pro-white, anti-white, the mainstream.
Anti-white. Where does anti-white come from? We'll just pause there for a moment. Of course, it's been in the dictionary for a very long time, and it was removed from almost all dictionaries. I started using anti-white in '94, and I looked for it, and anti-whiteism. Why? Because I wanted a concept that would defeat the central concept of the anti-whites, which at that time, and still to this day, you all will see coming up here shortly, still called things like cultural Marxists, communists, and even breaking the communists down into the types of communists. The more academic and abstract it gets, the further removed it gets from the lived experience and the understanding of the individual. And so I looked out into the white sympathetic world at that time, 1994, and I'd been looking out at it for years. And it was this enormous array of names for anti-whites. And it was all the things that they wanted to be called. And I noticed that they gave us the names that they wanted to call us. And then people in the white sympathetic sphere would adopt the names given to us by our victimizers. And I thought, this is ass backwards. This is bass backward. And so I thought there needs to be a concept that defeats. And I've written about this, and it was a pretty lengthy in the original Go Freeze books, but I think it's still in the more of a truncated. Each new edition got that portion got a little bit more truncated because for brevity purposes, the book just gets longer and longer with more ideas, more concepts as the method grows increasingly powerful. And I needed a concept, and I looked far and wide across the white sympathetic sphere, and there wasn't one. And so I thought, in every single case, they are anti-us. In every single, no matter what it is, if it was feminism, if it was any of the waves of feminism, if it was any of cultural Marxism or any of Marxism, if it was any versions of communism and other isms out there in the world, being victimized to various degrees always meant that it was anti-us. And central to this was the concept racism, which are words we never use here because you're smarter than that. And so I decided we needed something that would undermine. You can only defeat an amorphous concept that can mean in every scenario that your victim that you use it on is dreadful and awful and has to be done away with and silenced and etc. It doesn't matter where you apply it. You needed a concept to push back against that concept, a concept to undermine it. So I said, if they're anti-us, that means they're anti-white. They're anti-white people. And I said, well, and if they are anti-white and they do anti-white things, then I thought racism, it's anti-whiteism. I went to the library. Well, first I went to the dictionary at my parents' house. Neither were there. I went to the library. Neither were there. The city library in the dictionaries there. So I was chagrined because I didn't have this authority of the dictionary saying it's a real concept and you can use it. But I knew that it would be immediately identifiable by the people I was using it with so that they could adopt it and use it against others. I had great success outside of the white sympathetic sphere using anti-white and anti-whiteism. Within the white sympathetic sphere, I ran into massive headwind. We had the people, sort of the highbrow folks, said, no, it's not intellectual enough to call them anti-white and call it anti-whiteism. It sounds made up. You made it up, Jason. It's not in my dictionary. Years and years I had to put up with this. Meetings after meetings. I went to a meeting at somebody's house that wasn't even a nice place. It was not a nice place. I went to a meeting at somebody's house, and I was there to talk about anti-white and anti-whiteism. And they had people getting up talking about the most inane, just gruel. And they decided at this meeting that no, I was not going to be allowed. We're not going to have the time now for me to share anti-white and anti-whiteism. Jason, it just sounds too made up. So this is what I had to put up for years. Okay? And I listened to everything that peers had to say. I read all the books, all of it, right? And if anybody ever used anti-white in the ensuing years, the subsequent years, I tried to use that as an example of, somebody used it here. So for an example was like many years later, Whitaker stuck anti-white at the end of this long rambling screed that he called the mantra, that he wanted everybody to say the mantra. And what happened when he introduced this? Well, the rest of the white sympathetic sphere said, oh, that's inane. It's made up. It's not sophisticated. That was the highbrow folks, by the way. The lowbrow folks were like, no, you don't call them anti-white. You call them, and then they would be white negative. So if it was blacks, it would be the racial epithets for blacks. If it were Jews, it was the racial epithets for Jews. And if it were Hispanics, racial epithets for Hispanics. And if it were white people, then it was, oh, you just say that they're just servants of Jews. So that's what I faced. So when Bob wrote this long, rambling, useless screed, which is what it is. Nobody was going to memorize that. Nobody was going to be sharing. You're not going to have like the white race around planet Earth reciting that silly thing. And at the very end, he stuck, after all of this like anti-Jewish stuff, he stuck anti-white at the very end of the screed. And I said, ignoring all of the white negative stuff that he was using and talking about and etc., I came to his defense and I said, let him use anti-white. Why? Why was I this big avid defender? Because I'd been using it and shat on the entire time. Okay? So I came to his defense. I came to that community's defense. Everybody who went out there and they were doing what they were doing. And I said, wherever it comported with my morality, I came to, and I specifically said, no, anti-white is perfect. Let him keep using it. And of course, the people saw my self-interest in it. They saw that I had been pushing anti-white, anti-whiteism, which he never said, ever. And they said, oh, you're just your self-interest. You're just defending him because you wanted us to use this all along. Yeah, that's right. Because of how powerful it is. Well, they had a tiny bit of success back then. And then, of course, Bob got older and got weaker. And then he passed away. And it diminished. The participant, the real active people sort of diminished. So they went away. And it came to an end. And there wasn't like a change. There wasn't a change in society. There wasn't a change in the dialogue. There wasn't a change societally, much less regionally, or much less globally, I should say. But that didn't deter me. I knew that Bob was carrying all of this baggage. Bob was all of this J-spurging and all this other kind of baggage. And so I knew that, and also anti-white, as he used it, was like an afterthought, like a vestigial limb that he just like tacked on. He just sewed on to the other things that he was trying to say. Whereas what I was doing was I had developed anti-white, anti-whiteism as a specific concept to undermine racist racism, the central pillar of the ideology destroying us. And of course, building around those things, many meme curatives, the whole expression of what it is that's poisoning us in our minds, that now all of Team White Wellbeing knows, and we have brilliant people smarter than me who are out there promulgating and strategically targeting content creators. We do that. We talk about it here every single Sunday. And we celebrate people who are having success doing that every single Sunday. And since I started streaming and it became impossible to ignore what we were doing. And then, of course, we have Final Blossom find anti-white, anti-whiteism and a 50-year-old dictionary. Then we had some other old obscure dictionaries where it was written in there, proof that the anti-whites know that you remove the concepts that empower your victims. As I said was the case. Another prediction come true yet again. An assessment revealed to be flawless. People on the internet, some of whom I think are maybe misguided people, some of whom are jealous, attacked me, attacked the community because they wanted to steal and rape the success from us. At that time, somebody by the name, a much smaller content creator by the name of Keith Woods, came to our defense. And he said in a stream that, and I think a tweet, that I and this community deserved credit for anti-white and spreading it all over the society and the conversation, and it's showing up now. It's showing up now since I started streaming and reaching more and more people, breaking through all of the efforts to keep me outside, on the outside of what happens in the white sympathetic sphere. All of a sudden, I'm streaming. Team White Wellbeing is in action. We're strategically targeting big content creators. We're reaching out in various ways. We have several teams. We have solo actors, people checking in. I'm going after this content creator. We mention it live on stream, and then that content creator uses the exact concepts that we're pushing, and then we celebrate it. Evidence galore of our efforts. Keith comes to our defense. Why? Because you have these people coming in trying to steal our success, trying to say you didn't do it, trying to usurp. So all along saying it doesn't work, it's too stupid. And then when it does work, you didn't do it, from the white sympathetic sphere. Well, Keith recently seems to maybe have changed his tune, because apparently he was on with Tim on White Rabbit Radio, where he gave all the credit of all of this in society, all that we are doing, all that you all are doing, you activists are doing, to White Rabbit Radio, to Bob Whitaker. Even concepts that Bob Whitaker never uttered, like anti-whiteism, ever. So nothing happens when Bob was doing his thing with his wonderful teams of people. And I will point out to you that the most active people who were pushing and were helping at that time with Bob support me. Those people are supporters of me and Team White Wellbeing. Now, there are some very jealous, and probably some of them are crypto anti-whites who just want to cause infighting. So why would Keith suddenly change his mind about where it's all come from? I don't know. We can speculate, but I hope Keith will do the right thing. And my guess is that it's possible that the pressure of the J Spurgs, he wants more people liking him, more people following him. That's understandable. I got nothing against that. But to give credit to us is to potentially incur the anger and the lies of the J-Spurging, gatekeeping subversives out there. And instead, it's a lot safer to give it to a dead man who doesn't challenge your masculinity because he's dead, who doesn't challenge your successes because he's dead. Let's hope that's not the case. So let's see. Let's listen to this.
Of anti-whiteism, to the point that, like I said, Matt Walsh is an example, but even Destiny recently was going off, just very tired of how anti-white the left is, of how he's constantly seeing this anti-white, Karen, all this kind of stuff in the news.
Remember the very first? You remember the person who said the very first time Karen is an anti-white slur, right when it came out?
And, a lot of it is just kind of giving people the language to express that discontent. A lot of people feel this stuff. And this is, when I was having this back and forth, this is what people were saying. It's like, well, everyone knows about crime rates and stuff. They know this instinctively. But people might know it instinctively, of course, but they have this sort of white saviorist complex.
That's one of the meme pathogens, or one of the categories of meme pathogen is the it's white guilt, you owe, and you're better. That's one of the very old, for us, relatively an old meme category of meme pathogens. You're better than this rest of this third world out there, and therefore you have to, it's your duty. It's how you're honorable.
They don't have the language to express this. You see boomers who are totally psyoped, and they have to constantly express everything in terms of this sort of Cold War dynamic of.
You hear what he's saying there? He's groping through something that we explain every Sunday and throughout the week. that the white population is given concepts with which to defend themselves that are flawed and fail. 3 decades, well, in total service to white well-being, nearly 3 decades. But we could say Go Free was coming together in a very substantive way for 2 decades. 2 decades pushing Go Free, pushing this method with this explanation of the world on well known across the white sympathetic sphere, explaining this in detail, fine detail.
Like, we're fighting Nazis or communists or something. And like a very sort of simple way we can change the culture is to input these sort of memes and themes, sort of basic nationalist talking points that force people into a different binary.
Really? I like Keith. And somebody should make sure that Keith knows that we've been talking about that for 20 years. That our people should be given concepts that do a number of things for them. We call these meme curatives. One of the most important things that these concepts need to do is to force the individual to understand that his or her individual well-being is only achievable by way of our group well-being. This is what we have scientifically, with the rigor of the scientific method as Bacon would apply it. Month after month, year after year, I've been doing this my life. How thankless it's been from the wide or white sympathetic community, to the point now where here you have Keith, and again, I like Keith, and another guy. I'm not going to talk about these. I'm not bad mouthing any of these people. But another one saying, I really think I'm getting this idea, and he's as though he's finally pulling, this other content creator is like just getting it from his own thoughts, as though we have not been like Sisyphean, because that's what it is for me. This Sisyphean effort of just rolling this stone and trying to deliver it to these people again and again and again, again and again and again, and having it just roll back down. And now they're figuring it out now on their own.
So yeah, that's some of the stuff I've been doing since I got back to Twitter. Some people are saying year of Keith Woods. Many people are saying that. I've definitely it's been a good year, right?
Okay, so let me just jump back really quickly.
To the point that, like I said, Matt Walsh is an example, but even Destiny recently was going off people in a broader transition away from the people being sovereign over their homeland towards the open society, towards this globalist conception of the state and of human rights, and obviously pro-white, anti-white, the mainstreaming of anti-whiteism, to the point that, like I said, Matt Walsh.
He just said anti-whiteism. You're welcome. This is how the white race is grateful. This is how the white race responds to lifelong successful effort.
A white globalist conception of the state and of human rights, and obviously pro-white, anti-white.
And that's not, let me just point out, the dichotomy is not pro-white, anti-white. Do not get into that dichotomy. You see, this is what happens when you do, and I'm not saying that he's saying to do that, by the way. I'm just pointing this out. I like Keith. If you don't go to the source, what is there can only be stolen. It cannot be perpetuated. If you go to if there's a village in the world and there is this master clockmaker and he can keep time perfectly, and others can't really make clocks. They have some sundials out there, and they have some that don't work too well, especially on the cloudy days and things like this. And so people decide that they want the aggrandizement of being a wonderful clockmaker. And so they go and some of them innocently, they find clocks here or there that somehow maybe were pilfered and then dropped, or they actually go to the store, the clockmaker store, the little known clockmaker, and they take the clocks, and then they go into business for themselves, and they say, look at all the clocks I have. People show up and they're like, well, there's a new challenge today when it comes to time, and that's being able to walk around with a clock on your wrist. How do you do that? Well, they have the foggiest idea, because they didn't invent and build the clocks that they're selling. So if they began to tinker by looking at what was already there, you're not going to end up with these successes that you were achieving before. This is why it's so important to go to the source. The white race is going to have to go to the source of where white well-being and the method that defeats the psychological warfare that's waged against us. They have to come to the source to get that method, because there's nothing static in the world. The anti-whites will keep moving, and we are the ones who figured out how to defeat them. That's a very important thing that people need to remember.
The mainstreaming of anti-whiteism, to the point that, like I said, Matt Walsh is an example, but even Destiny recently was going off, just very tired of how anti-white the left is, of how he's constantly seeing this anti-white, Karen, all this kind of stuff in the news.
Okay, that's about enough of that, and we can move on. But like I said, I like Keith, and maybe he's getting caught up in knowing that, like, no white guilt is the third rail, because these Jay Spurging subversives will attack if he gives credit where credit is due. Maybe it's that. I doubt his memory is so bad he doesn't remember crediting us when those others came forward and were trying to steal from us. But who knows? What else is there to say to that? Southern Bloom is here. Great to see you, dear sister. Lavish, same to you, sister. Great to see you. I see JK160 is here. There's Marlene. Wonderful to see you as well, sister. Rory Herbert is here. Hello to you, brother. You don't want to set up the dichotomy of pro-white versus anti-white, because you'll be undermining anti-white. It's another reason why the others out in the white sympathetic sphere, they like to try to credit Whitaker rather than the actual work that we are doing. Even credit him with words he never used, is because Jay Spurged. I mean, he was white. He said white negative things, and they identify with that. If you take anti-whiteism and you link it to a demonized individual, a demonized ideology, a demonized period in history, you undermine it. You don't strengthen the demonized portion of history. Another reason why you have to go back to the source. Anti-white is that which is, and that which does, attacks Western kind and our projection, Western civilization. All good people who enjoy, want, need Western civilization of all races can join us against the anti-whites and anti-whiteism. They can join us for white well-being. because it's perfectly fair and moral, and non-white people will be, non-white people out there will be and are inclined. Of course, there will be anti-white, non-white people who won't, and there'll be neutrals who don't care about the world. They just care about being selfish, serving, just like white people themselves. But non-white people will be able to join themselves to promoting the well-being of white people. They're not going to be able to join pro-white. What does pro-white mean? All they can do in the minds of the masses. What does it mean? It means Nazi LARPing. It means Third Reich. Don't bother telling me that, well, in your head, it means something else, because I don't give a shit. All I care about is the millions and millions of our brothers and sisters out there and how they receive messages, and that they have been manipulated by way of psychological warfare to such a degree that Keith is now noticing and grappling with the fact that they're defending themselves with concepts that undermine them by their mere use. And it's actually before their use, because it's in their subconscious mind, where it's an incessant internal dialogue. So they're being undermined every second of every day. You got to go back to the source. I think Tim, where his endeavors correspond to my morality, is doing great work, and I support that, and I like the guy. Where Whitaker, where his efforts were aligned with my morality, which is not being white negative and not endlessly, or if some of these other things that he has said, I don't even know. It's crazy. But where they aligned with my morality, I support that, and I liked those things and defended those things. I like Keith Woods. I think he's, again, where it aligns with my morality, I think he's doing good work. But this is shameful. This endeavor to actively thieve our effort. I mean, one would say that it's, if there was a subversive element out there, and they wanted to manipulate content creators into blacklisting us and giving credit elsewhere for our victories, they would endeavor by way of threats, of slanders and smears and etc. on one hand, for contact and celebration and credit, and then on the other hand, higher audience counts and etc. for the reverse. Anybody else, credit anywhere else, etc. So it's a really, if this ends up being like how the white race is going to behave, then it's come to such a low that it deserves the outcomes of the anti-whites. Oh my God, it's just. All right, let's get on to the next, because you'll see how these things piece together. And you'll see how I'm able to explain these things in a way that comports with the Go Free method, so that you can apply it in your own thinking and in your own world, in your own lives, and have great successes. Then we will celebrate. You see the kind of celebrations that we have here, you'll have in your life. I actually wrote to Keith on his tweet. I said, brother, congrats on the mile marker. And here is to 100,000 exclamation point. What you are talking about is exactly what I have been doing and talking about for decades. Team White Wellbeing is strategically pushing the lexicon, and we celebrate our victories every Sunday. You should check it out. I also heard, though, I don't know if it's true, that you credited Whitaker with the lexical and dialectical change. He never used anti-whiteism, nor any of the rest of the lexicon that we have and are successfully spreading. Nor did all this happen when he and his good folks were at work. This that we are seeing today is a direct result of our intelligent, strategic endeavors. And I do still want all the best for Keith, and I hope that he'll be retweeted by some popular people again very soon. Here we are with a Lunder from Down Under with a tweet he had. He says here, Conrad, guy on the left, and Dr. Turley, guy on the right, are spot on, exclamation point. The victimization and erasure of white people is the goal of anti-whiteism, what they call cultural Marxism. It won't matter what ideology takes hold after whites are gone, so why not just call them anti-white? Precisely, brother. So we'll listen to this and we'll see. Let me see what you all are saying right now as well. Samuski says, simple but brilliant. Thank you, brother. Promethean Healing says, Keith is coming in, but slightly quieter than you. So that was the audio. Well, thank you for that. I think he's a more soft-spoken guy than me. Thank you for that, though. And we'll see what happens here with this video. Summer Lee is here. Great to see you, sister. Brian is here. Hello, brother. Takoloshi, welcome and hello. Hoax is here. Welcome, welcome. Montana Kid, great to see you, brother. Elaine says, who needs Gad said when our own people are plagiarizing Jason's work? No shit. How perfectly put. Who needs Gad said? You know how the kind of negative things that these folks would say about every single Jewish person that has ever lived. But then they would say, oh, no, I got one exception here, or one exception there, a couple exceptions over here. And there they go. The same like self-professed, self-righteous, look at our castles. Look at our armies marching. Look at how dignified we are compared to, and then they'll show the primitive pictures of some other group of people. And then there it goes everywhere. Here you have a guy come in. No silver spoon in my mouth. I had a friend one time arguing with his girlfriend, dating a girl that came from a wealthy family. He was arguing. He said, the problem with us, and unfortunately I was hearing this. I was working on his car while they were arguing. And he said, the problem with us, their relationship, is that you were born with a silver spoon in your mouth and I was born with a wooden spoon. And I couldn't resist. I interjected, you got a spoon? I physically fought for our people. I argued. I put my life on the line. I've been disfigured. Numerous pressure from school administrations, jobs, police, only to have come to a point of things that are so powerful. They roll out and work exactly as I said, and getting surrounded with this powerful group, small but powerful group of Team White Wellbeing. Every one of them geniuses and champs, heroines and heroes, all in their own right, come to this point. And then it's just like, steal this, steal that. Just say you were thinking of it on your own. I just thought this up on my own the other day. I just thought this up and I was thinking, I've been really just kind of pondering this and kind kind of thinking that really should be anti-white we should use. Yeah. Okay, good. You know, it's kind of like those who never knew can be forgiven. But those who know me, Elaine says that she can understand why SAD would be against us. Yeah, WorldConqueror, you're on the first call. Why she can understand why SAD would be against us, but why are white sympathizers not giving you credit, Jason? Good question. Edwin is here. Hello to you, brother. Slotz is here. Hello, good sir. He says anti-whites set up a dichotomy of human and anti-group, not pro-group and anti-group. Yes, that's true. Yep. Perfectly stated. If you just set up a dichotomy of anti-white versus pro-white, you might as well just call it Nazi, because that's what's going to end up happening. That's what people will see. We're normal people here. We've had enough. We've had enough. I do my best to point people to you when talking about these concepts, says Sam, because the original clockmaster is the source of timekeeping. That's very well put. Thank you for that. A play on what the metaphor I used. Promethean Promulgation says, in all fairness, Lana's video version of the mantra helped me get to go free. Well, that's great for you, brother. That's awesome. Groping your way, kind of coming through other aspects of the white sympathetic sphere is what I did as well. The great Brant Danger is here. Great to see you, brother. So is Spud. Wonderful to see you. Spearman is here. I groped through all of that stuff as well to get to something that was in tune with the biospirit of our people, something that worked, something that I was finally like, look, none of this other stuff. I felt like I was putting on somebody else's clothing that didn't fit every time. In fact, some of it hurt. You know, some of it was like lice ridden, flea ridden. And I would put on these things and I was just like, this is not me. This is not who I am. And that's not who normal white people are. And so we come to the Go Free method and the third edition containing all of so much more of the good stuff that we talk about here so very often fits perfectly. And everyone is able to adopt it. Everybody in the real world, everybody who's not already in the white sympathetic sphere. So let's listen to Conrad and Dr. Turley. Oh, let me check over here. And there. And then I'll check for financial gifts.
Unfortunately, people in Portland, specifically like the really far left people in academia, they've made it clear their goal. Their goal is, as they call it, like the deconstruction of the white supremacist system. As they.
All right. Can everybody hear Conrad okay? I presume that Lunder got his name right. I don't know who he is. But can everybody hear him okay? So he's saying there, I'll start it over. We get it exactly.
Unfortunately, people in Portland, specifically like the really.
Actually, his name is on the screen. People in Portland, anti-whites. Thank you for the feedback.
Far left people in academia, they've made it clear their goal. Their goal is, as they call it, like the deconstruction of the white supremacist system.
Okay. So you see, he's speaking from within the anti-white narrative. He's referring to the anti-whites as far left. These things undermine him. Keith was just starting to kind of grapple with that in that video, kind of just talking about how the concepts are getting, and it's the most salient way to see it. It was one of the first places I noticed in the anti-white narrative, where you notice that there are folks who focus even more intently on the WW2 part or chapters of the anti-white narrative. And it becomes their first clear that, or most elementary clear, that they are perceiving the world through that lens. As I grew and explored and experimented, I discovered it was much larger than that. And so I can tell you right now that Conrad is inside of the anti-white narrative. He's talking about far left, which is what they want to be called, and you never give them the name of their taking, academics. And what exactly are the academics today? Of course, it's just anti-whites. They've taken over all of the institutions of higher learning. And he is addressing one of their anti-white categories of argumentation, the deconstruction of white supremacy, which, of course, exists only in the anti-white narrative, not in the real world. What exists in the real world are just white people and what we project, which is our norms, our instincts, our expectations for behavior. So when anti-whites are talking about the eradication of white supremacy, they're talking about the eradication of white people and the projection of white people. When you understand it this way, you'll find that there's deep cogitation is superfluous. Knowing all of the names of the anti-white actors behind the scenes is superfluous. It's unnecessary. It's like I worked with William Lind. I worked with him. I sat in his office all the time. You want to know about Frankfurt School? You want to know about Frankfurt School? I got it from the source, talking about this stuff, researching this stuff. All right?
They call it, which if you translate that, it basically just means disenfranchising white people. Like that's
disenfranchise, disempower, diminish the power of a vote, of wealth, of status. So this deduction that he's making, it as well as sort of this elementary, but it's a big step, because he's trying to crawl his way out of the anti-white quagmire. He's saying basically this just comes down to it being eradication of white people and their projection.
Really just all it means. And that's why if I could maybe convince them that the 380,000 people in Eastern Oregon were Somalian refugees and that was their decision, maybe
that is, but
okay, now Dr. Turley is going to jump, and I don't watch Dr. Turley. I don't watch either of these guys, so I don't know where they're coming from, what like the baseline is, or so we'll just, and I haven't watched, that's all I watched right there of this video. So let's see now where it goes.
that is the cultural Marxism of repressive tolerance that Herbert Marcuse and others have.
Marcuse? Has anybody ever heard it pronounced like that? Have I been wrong all along? Marcuse? Is Marcuse? Well, so he's just, what Dr. Turley has just done, and it's totally to be expected of a gentleman like himself. I could just tell by the way, just looking at him, that he's either an academician or was. Yes, I'm going to stick with that. I don't think it was. I mean, I'm sure he does private study, but I don't think it was purely private study. And so now he's going to take a very real, a very painful, a very direct thing that's happening in the real world, the eradication of white people, and the eradication of our norms, our projection, and using that word eradication loosely for our physical bodies, but not as loose as you might think. because like every channel is encouraging, every single channel, everywhere you look, I find they're just encouraging biological white erasure. In fact, almost demanding it for participation in the world. Now he's taking that very real thing, and now he's going to turn it into something abstract, something ethereal. It makes it, maybe in Dr. Turley's mind, it helps him to understand, to take it away from the visceral, and it helps him to understand. But what academics and people who aspire to be or to be like that, or talk like that, or think like that, need to understand is, when you take something away from the real and you put it into these intangible, ethereal discussions, terms, etc., when you do this, regular folks are harmed. There is this inclination, and this is what came at me from the white sympathetic sphere when I said we need to use anti-whiteism, that if it is not made into an abstraction, if the argument is not made into an abstraction that can be universal, then it's of no value and it doesn't work. Except that that's 100% wrong. That is a poison that the white race has ingested. This idea that something is not legitimate if it has any selfish interest. When we were by ourselves and we wanted to endeavor to create a fairer world, a fairer society for ourselves, that made sense. To say that, well, I'm going to articulate a position that may come back to harm me and may come back to harm my family. And because of that, my position is therefore more legitimate. That it can be true in a monoracial environment where we are struggling to achieve a fairer and fairer outcome for everyone involved. It is poison in a multiracial environment where you are the only group thinking like that, or predominantly individuals all over, but you're the only group, or you're the group that has the highest percentage of people that think this way. And you can find these threads of thought in just about every conservative content creator's broadcasts, every Republican content creator broadcast, every single one. You can find this sort of thread of thinking. And so immediately it's turned into this total abstraction, which again, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with this Dr. Turley. Maybe it helps him to understand, but it's harmful for regular people.
We're advocating is the only way you're going to get cultural control is if you overthrow the dominant ethnic majority. And
okay, so I've heard these kind of conversations a million times over the years. I don't know about y'all. Can y'all stand to hear the same wrong-headed thing over? How do people do it? So now what he's done is he's saying is it isn't a focus on victimizing white people, where he's 100% wrong with that. He's 100% wrong. It is, let me just ask, does anybody know Dr. Turley? Does he have like a non-white wife, or does he have non-white children, or has he adopted non-white children? None of that is bad in and of itself. But I just find it so often the case that conservative content creators or Republican content creators who immediately want to steer the conversation away from the victimization of white people, such a high percentage of them have non-white spouses or non-white children, and they want to make it a conversation about an abstraction. So here he has said, no, turn away from, it's not about white people. It's about this very generic, very general endeavor to control a culture by way of harming the most numerous group. Except that's not happening anywhere else. You're not an alien looking on to planet Earth. This is happening to the white race and Western civilization. This is not some sort of, it's not like, well, it just happens to be you white people because numerically you're just, no, That is not how it happens at all. Absolutely not. We are targeted. Another wrong-headed conclusion that comes from that thinking is that there is a source of people that can be decapitated and everything will get better. He doesn't have to say, and I mean metaphorically decapitated, he doesn't have to say that. When you give people, it's like branches on a tree. When you give people a set of constructs, you can control the number of deductions for nearly 100% of people. Yes, you'll come across somebody who's totally insane, and you can give them a set of you can give them a construction of thought to control potential deductive constructions, like what they think on their own, like where does this go? And then them say something totally off the wall. Well, that's an insane person. For the vast majority of people, if you tell them that, no, this is like an abstract thing, and if you want to control a culture and and an entire country, what you have to do is you have to attack the numerically dominant group. So then you say to yourself, okay, it's incidental that the white race is being attacked. By the way, does it seem incidental at all to you? Incidental that the white race is being attacked. And therefore, looking back the other direction, I deduce that there are attackers, that the people that there are puppeteers, that the people in my world that are behaving this way behave that way because there is a select group called cultural Marxists that cause everybody else to behave this way. And that if I can just get rid of them, then everybody will go back to just being normal. Everything will just be fine. It's a thinking that is seductive, because when we look out into the world, the animal kingdom, for example, we most often encounter animals that have a brain. And you know that if the head comes off, the rest of it stops doing what it was doing. You could take a leg off, it'll keep doing its thing. You could take a tail off, it'll keep doing its thing. You could take some of its hide off, it'll keep doing its thing. Humans get both legs blown off, arms and legs. Keeps being the person. But the head goes, the brain goes, and it's gone. That's why this is seductive for people. Anti-whiteism is much more like, somebody maybe can look it up for me, a type of worm where you can segment it into 4, 8 pieces, and you could destroy 2 of the 8 pieces, throw them in the fire. But then the remaining 6 pieces become their own worms and begin to grow again. That's anti-whiteism. There's no central thing that you can remove, and then everything else is fine. You have to go after the anti-whiteism itself. It's like, I think there was a TV show years ago. I never watched it. Perhaps some of you did, and you can tell me, where there was a demon that would jump from one person to the next. And maybe they had to kill the person while the demon was still in it or something to get the demon. But if it got out in time, it could be like a split second, then it was too late. It would just be a new person now. That's more like anti-whiteism. It's in people. You have to exorcise the people of the demon. You can't just kill some people or jail some people or move some people away or disempower some people and then everybody else is fine. Because the very next group of people that are in power are still infected, or they are still possessed by the demon. Now watch. They're going to be other, not this Dr. Turley. It'll be Dr. Worley that'll be saying exactly what I just said and then getting massive acclaim and credit for it. Coconut is here. Great to see you, sister, and welcome. Archangel's here. Says a starfish can regenerate an entire starfish from just a severed limb. I'm not sure about worms, though. Yeah, there 100% is a worm. Years ago, I remember watching this very unsettling. They were like, watch what happens when this worm is segmented. They each become its own living entity. It doesn't die. But that's it. So starfish can be, so if you were to cut a starfish up into several pieces, it becomes numerous starfish. Well, that's more like it then. So let's continue.
This is why you have Patriarch Kirill and a number of, Orban in Hungary, the Law and Justice Party, Mateusz Morawiecki, and so forth, in Poland. So why they said this multicultural stuff is wicked stuff. Yeah, I mean, heck, you even had someone.
Okay, so he used multicultural, which you never use because it's an anti-white concept, a meme pathogen that undermines you. It's been associated with so many good things in the world around you. It's a concept that they want you to use. So use multiracial. The situation here would be, when you say multicultural, would be, well, then the remedy, what is the deductive remedy for that? Well, we just all got to practice the same culture. Then everybody will be the same. Is that how human society has ever worked? Have we seen like a big group of Asian people suddenly create Western civilization somewhere? Just because they thought, hey, we'll just create Western civilization instead. I mean, maybe it's going to happen. Maybe it's going to, but I've never seen it happen. Did anybody answer? Let me go back and let's see. Cool Papa J Magic said he seems like a gatekeeper, classic conservative type, not white positive at all, but I have had some success in his comment section. Fantastic, brother. Well done. June says, thank you, June. Looks like Andrew jumped in. Also, I was really curious, and it looks like Andrew and June are both saying that Dr. Turley has an Asian wife, which would not be a surprise to me at all. Would not, because as I say, I see so many conservative content creators that are like, let's not talk about the victimization of white people. They immediately go there and say, no, this is just a big general thing that have non-white spouses and or children. So let's continue.
Like Emmanuel Macron talking that way in France. You got to keep this notion that we have to somehow derogate and destroy the dominant ethnicity.
Okay. Again, you see that there? The making an abstraction, attacking the white race is incidental. This is not, he is not an entomologist observing the behavior of ants. This is the world we are living in. We cannot continue to be these sort of like, and continue to employ and have success, these sort of remote analyses of what's happening to us.
So as to be able to create a majority of the aggrieved, a majority.
Okay, it's some interesting kind of grasping. So and that's another problem in what he's saying. Remember, we've talked about this a lot. You do not take ownership for what the anti-whites are doing to us. We are victims of the anti-whites. This is not what we are doing to the dominant. Sarah says it again.
Destroy the dominant ethnicity.
Okay, so we are not destroying the dominant ethnicity. if you talk that way, you feel, whether you like it or not, the sting of being responsible. That it's just this thing happening, and your brain can't come to any, it can't be put on track to remedy the problem when you take ownership of the problem, at least this kind of ownership. We are destroying the dominant ethnicity so that we can create a population of the aggrieved. Is that really what we are doing? And the white race are just incidental victims? Is it, let me ask you this. In our once great country known as South Africa and Rhodesia, did they stop attacking the white race? Has that suddenly ended because the white race is not the dominant ethnicity in either of those countries? Or has it continued? How about in cities where the white race is not the majority? Have these cultural Marxists suddenly given new categories, like a new category to white males, that now white males are the aggrieved? So now we have in our Shangri-Lean city nothing but the aggrieved. Is that what the cultural Marxists are after? Or are they still attacking white people in those cities? Are they still attacking white people in those countries? Do we still have an anti-white narrative in place, victimizing white people and wiping out our creations? Of course, you see how I'm right.
So as to be able to create a majority of the aggrieved, a majority of minorities, as it were.
A majority of minorities. I'm not going to try to guess what he's saying there, because I think he would just, since it's in his own head, he could say anything that serves his interest in the moment, if he and I were having a discussion. But the use of the word minority is, of course, one to represent non-white people. But I think it would be too slippery. I think he would slip out from underneath of my questions there. I'm not implying that it would be malicious of him.
And the only way you could do that is by destroying, in effect, the dominant ethnic and cultural majority.
Okay, so he's definitely would slip out. So he would say that when he said minority, he didn't mean non-white people.
It's just a majority of the aggrieved, a majority of minorities, as it were. And the only way you could do that is by destroying, in effect, the dominant ethnic and cultural majority. It's
just so happens that it's happening to white people in all Western countries.
It becomes, you've just unleashed a radical cultural civil war. That's why,
there isn't, those are poor choice of words. A cultural civil war. The reason I really don't like that, because it implies that white people have been and are pushing back, reclaiming lost territory culturally. We have no power in this system. White people who care about white well-being have no power. We are pure victims of the anti-whites. So there isn't a cultural civil war. There is a war on white people, a war on Western culture, which white people produce. There's a war on all of that, but not a cultural civil war. That would be, again, that sort of conclusion comes from, as a result of where he began with that construction. And that is as this sort of like remote entomologist looking at this ant nest.
Carol Swain talked about how back in 2000,
we love us some Carol Swain,
and how the new white nationalists were not KKK members. They weren't social Darwinists. They didn't believe in biological superiority or anything. When all is said and done, they were civil rightists. They were sick and tired.
Oh boy. Is he getting ready to blame white people?
Tired of being told that, hey, if you're black, you can vote your political interests. If you're Latino, you can vote your political interests. If you're Asian, you can vote your political interests. But if you're white, sit down, shut up. You got to be a radical individualist. You're not allowed to be.
Did you notice there? And again, I don't know Dr. Turley. He might be a great guy. He might be, this is like his mindset, and he's working through it. And he's probably, wife is lovely and family is lovely. But he found himself able to say something specific about white people because it came out of the mouth of a black woman. So he felt like he had strength. This is the great weakness. What white people tune in to this gathering and they see a white guy with the physiognomy, which is Northwestern European, and he's nicely dressed. He's got a nice shirt. He's clean cut. And they're like, nope, not interested. Not interested in that. But they can show up someplace else. And if they can find, and I mean, we love Dr. Swain for saying it's used anti-whiteism. Which actually brings me back to another point I wanted to make about giving credit to Whitaker. But then you find, as per my explanation and predictions about conservative content creators and the like, that they find their validation for their position most profoundly or at all when it comes from non-white people. And we've talked about when those positions come from non-white people. And we've talked about why that is. I can precisely explain why that is. Now to the point I wanted to make earlier, if you give credit for the work we are doing here to Whitaker, no one is going to adopt these things. People will look and they'll say, that CEO that hears anti-whiteism and says to himself, okay, well, where does that come from? And they land on me, and they see decades of love, hope, and redemption. And they see decades of me pushing back against white negativity, which is bad-mouthing non-white people. And they see team white well-being going out into the world with a very different message. That CEO is going to be able to say, at my company, this international company, maybe, for example, is not going to permit anti-whiteism here. But if they look and they find that it came from, incorrectly, because it didn't, from Whitaker, they're going to say, well, okay, who was that guy? Let's find out who that guy was. And I'm not talking about, well, what does the SPLC say about him? Because the SPLC, and this is what these J-Spurgs, they always, well, they're just going to say you're just a Nazi too. I'm talking about normal white people, imbecile, sophistical imbecile. When they look, they'll make their own deductions. They don't need the SPLC or ADL or any of these other anti-white organizations out there to think for them on this. When they see him saying atrocious things about non-white people, they will distance themselves. Bottom line is, I have lived and been, for our people, your greatest excuse of legitimacy, decades of my life. Let's continue.
ethnocentric in your cultural political concerns. And Carol Swain, who is herself Black, said that's just simply not a sustainable model.
I mean, so many people forget that. Look, we're not here to relitigate the 20th century civil rights movement, but that was the army had to be deployed on the people of the South for all of that to go through, for that legislation. Like, that was like, there's still people alive today that do feel that like they are like that the forces that are now manifested in like DEI, diversity, equity, inclusion, that
not DEI, DIE. Diversity, inclusion, equity, DIE. That's what it means for us.
From the 1960s, they've been under like occupied territory by the results that led to that regime. And I think, like you said, like there's nobody here advocating some kind of resurgence of a caste system. Frankly, some people just want to be left alone. Unfortunately,
boy, where that ended, I don't know if Lunder cut it there or not, but that was a powerful place to cut it, because that is the conservative poison pill that has been taken for generations. Nobody is advocating for white well-being here. I'm not saying that he would be against it, that Conrad would be against it, but just follow the thinking. No one is advocating for white well-being here. Frankly, some people just want to be left alone. Frankly, some people just want to be selfish individualists. Just don't bring your ideology, don't bring your cultural Marxism to me. Well, has that worked? Has that argument worked? Sewing circles and everybody else, all the conservatives out there, has that worked? Because your world has gotten much worse over the course of just your life. And your parents' world was better than this, and their parents' world was better than theirs, and their parents' world was better than theirs. With this selfish argument, quite frankly, we want to be just left alone. No, you know what my position is? Quite frankly, we are going to stomp the fucking shit out of anti-whiteism everywhere it exists. Not, I just want to be left alone. No longer it's just, well, you do your backyard, I'll do my backyard. Our future is, if you do anti-white anything in your backyard, we're burning it down. Metaphorically. Anti-whiteism not allowed. I don't want Target not promoting an agenda. I want Target promoting our agenda. I don't want Budweiser just letting me despoil my physical body with alcohol without an agenda. I want them pushing our agenda. Death to anti-whiteism. An ideology that anybody, anti-whites, can give up in a moment's notice and move on to being healthy, ordinary folks. Death to that ideology. I don't want to be just left alone. I don't want to have my products without an ideology. I don't want to be a selfish individualist. All of that is poison that conservatives have given their flocks for generation after generation after generation. For God's sake, look at how our entire Western civilization is shit. And you're like, well, you know, people just want to be left alone. Can I just go to university and get like a good education and get into like a good frat so that I can make contacts and make a bunch of money and go to nicer beaches and shit like this with my shitty little fat ass family? We can all sit around eating fluff. Can I just do that? No. They're never going to let you do that. Anti-whiteism doesn't work like that. You can't go to, can you go to, if you're a child and you've been abducted by a pedophile who's raping you, is any argument going to get him or her to stop raping you about fairness and about you just being left alone? No. As long as he or she can get a hold of you. Just want to be left alone. I want every anti-white professor fired and jailed. I want everybody who's been pushing anti-whiteism tried for treason. And if they are found to be guilty, prison. And if it reaches a point that others will decide, other than me, that it's worthy of execution after trial and found guilty, then so be it. If people have so destroyed Western civilization, especially those with so much filthy lucre, that they've been pushing this garbage everywhere. No cultural Marxist abstraction. Veritable demons pushing an ideology that just does nothing but victimize and rape and steal and consume and white erase. Then let them suffer the consequences of their actions. This, not people, but ideology, is what has to be eradicated. And every one of these people in the world, you got to understand this. If you don't, you're still struggling. If you back a person into the corner and you tell them that they have to die, they will fight you to the bloody end of their life. If you back them into a corner and you say the ideology that you hold has to die, you've given them a way to live in accordance with harmony of the rest of the population, the dominant Western civilization across the West. You've given them that option. That's the option they need to be given. That is exactly what anti-whites have done to us. Much smarter than the conservative content creators out there, Republican content creators, the explicit white sympathetic Jay Spurging, obviously much more intelligent than them. All right, what do we have next? Oh, we're going to celebrate with some dice, baby. We're going to celebrate big time with some dice. Let me see here. He was interviewed, and I'm told it was like super solid. We're going to speed it up. What time are we looking at? Okay. Let's do this. All right. Going to take about 60 seconds. We're going to listen to ForNull. I'll be right back.
They didn't know what to wish for, if we'd even mind. We gave them everything they asked for a long, long time. They put a chicken in a basket, a pocket full of change, nothing left worth asking for, 'cause it's gone insane. I won't say the things I'm thinking, wait until I calm these waves. Raise my head, my heart is sinking. I know I'll have my day, it will be
That was a great ForNull. That's his brand new piece. Ladies and gentlemen, you can find that over at Fornelius on YouTube. Check it out. It's a great song, isn't it? I love it. It is. It is a great positive song, says Franklin. Totally is. Let me pull up the great Mark Dice, King Dice, and we'll see what is going on. Let's see. Yes, here we go. Tell me if y'all can hear this all right.
Oh, guess who was a guest on Newsmax yesterday? I'll play you part of the segment in just a moment. My new favorite channel, ever since Fox News censored Tucker Carlson, there's really no reason to watch that network. And I rarely do interviews with anybody because I'm just too busy.
I sped him up. So, Anna speaks out. Analogy of the child being raped was a good one. Definitely gives it some thought-provoking perspective. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. And great to see you, sister. We'll have Anna will be swashing through here pretty soon, folks. So don't go anywhere. Sound is great. Thank you for that feedback. Tim is here. Hello to you and welcome. Thank you for showing up. There's the great Baron White. Wonderful to see you, good brother. Let's see how Mark Dice, King Dice, does here on Newsmax, ladies and gentlemen. I love it.
Busy working on my own things. And I'm such a perfectionist that I don't feel that I can articulate my thoughts as clear as I want when I'm doing a live interview just off the top of my head. One little or stumble over my words, and I just feel that the interview sucks. But I really like Newsmax, so I decided to give it a shot. Let me know what you think, how I did.
Free speech, something I'm a strong advocate for, is seemingly become a thing of the past on college campuses. Now, Princeton Alumni Group, all right, this is actually in favor of free speech. Pulled 250.
This is something I just got to say right there, strikes me immediately, is that I remember going to meetings all the way back in the day. And actually, you know what? Looking at literature from long before my time, where authors were writing, free speech is now a thing. Look at Revelo P. Oliver. And you have Revelo P. Oliver speaking to massive audiences saying free speech is a thing of the past at our higher learning institutions. If you keep rediscovering a problem, you never do anything about it. It's kind of like being a noticer. Like, I notice things are bad. Well, good for fucking you. I mean, you know, how ridiculous. Now, I'm not saying this guy at Newsmax is intentionally doing anything wrong, or but the way you word things for your audience determines how they are going to approach or not approach. If you tell somebody that a problem is new or seems to be a problem, they're not going to feel very motivated, ardently motivated to do something about it. And it's sort of this phrase also, it's almost like a phatic phrase. It's almost like it doesn't mean anything anymore. This free speech seems to be a thing of the past. Does that really mean anything now? It's been said so many times. It's like, I'm kind of implying that you're not being completely fair when it comes to speech. No, they have cut the tongues out of our mouths. That's what they've done. You can't say anything that anti-whites don't like because they will burn it all down. That's the truth. So why not say the truth? Say the truth and say why they're doing it. Because it's anti-white. They're anti-whites. And if you push back on anti-whiteism at all, even unknowingly, they will burn you down and they will call you the names of the monsters in their anti-white narrative. And no matter how much you go, well, I'm none of those things they are saying, it doesn't matter. The problem is that you want to just be left alone. And therefore, you're a selfish individualist, and they are a organized group to victimize you. That's the problem.
50,000 students and found out these not so shocking results. Now, 3/4 of...
I'll just add, this guy from Newsmax must be totally awesome, though, for having King Dice on. So just say that as well, because that's going through my head. 3/4, 76% of students say it's always, sometimes, or rarely acceptable to shut down a speaker. No, this is like what we were seeing from Turley a moment ago. This abstraction. So do these 3/4 of students, are they thinking to themselves that it's just as legitimate to shut down anti-white speakers? So in other words, who are the anti-white speakers? Well, anybody that is causing harm to Western kind or our culture, which is our projection into our lived experience. So think of any group you want to that either white erases or upturns those norms or gets rid of the history made by white people or rewrites the history made by white people. Or would these students, these 76%, any of them say, oh, it's legitimate to shut them down? So let's not make this another like anthill abstraction. This is just another anthill abstraction. We just live in this like airy ether. And as long as we never talk about how it's aimed as the crosshairs are on us and on our babies, then it's more legitimate. It never is more legitimate.
Students say it was always, sometimes, or rarely acceptable to shout down a speaker, which means only 24% of students believe that it's never acceptable to shout down a campus speaker. Wow.
So you got my point.
For more on this, I want to bring in Amber Athey, Washington editor at The Spectator and author of The Snowflakes Revolt, and Mark Dice, media analyst and YouTuber. All right.
Let me slow him down just a little bit because he's talking pretty quick at 1.5. Let's try this. Is everybody all right with listening to him? Does it make sense? Is it working? Vase of Flowers is here. Wonderful to see you.
When I look at this, I'm like, like when I was a kid, we played dodgeball. You get hit in the face by a big rubber ball.
All right, gosh. I've been on this planet too long. Or when you get to a point where either by way of wisdom or raw processing power, IQ, that everything is predictable. This is why I think that the creator how could he not be morose at all times? You see everything coming. Like this is the conservative, like all I want to do is be a selfish individual that gets hit in the face with a dodgeball.
And you learn not to mouth off anymore. Do we just need to bring that back, or is there any hope?
I think mockery is one of the best tools, and they need to be taught that real life.
Yes, let King Dice do all the talking, please. No matter how cool this host is.
Life isn't social media. If you don't like what somebody says, you can't just block them or mute their account on your Twitter feed. They're going to have to grow some thick skin, and they have to stop being coddled. And I would even suggest using linguistic judo and start using their terms against them. They've come up with all these cultural Marxist terms.
Now, my guess, I just heard, I've never watched this. I haven't watched this. He just used cultural Marxist. Is pace and lead technique. So you go into the scene, you pace the audience, and then you lead them in a better direction.
White fragility and white privilege.
So dumb.
And so we should start calling.
It's not dumb. That is a coping mechanism to say that it's dumb. When your rapist says to you, child, you deserve to be raped because your hair is long, because your face is youthful. Do you say that's a dumb reason to rape me?
What they're doing, what it is, it's black fragility. And when they're spewing their anti-white racism called.
Okay, this is anti-white racism. Black fragility is something that Mark Dice is using. I think it's a comedic tool. So you need to be subtle enough although I could be wrong, I would argue against the use of something like black fragility in most instances. I could see some instances where outside of comedy that it might be useful. But in most cases, he is inverting with this the anti-white narrative, white fragility. When you invert, you still trigger the meme pathogen in people. And they usually conclude spitefulness and things like this. Now, there can be a point, or jealousy, there can be a point where that changes. But I think in most cases, you or I using black fragility is just going to end up being white negative, and people are going to remember immediately in their subconscious mind all of the associations. Now, if it's used in comedy, that can be something different. And as you know, King Dice is epic at delivering news and with comedy. So let's see. But then he says anti-white racism.
Them out on their anti-white isms. So I think we should use their own kind of linguistic games against the terms against them. They've come up with all these cultural Marxist terms, white fragility and white privilege.
So dumb.
And so we should start calling what they're doing what it is. It's black fragility. And when they're spewing their anti-white racism, call them out on their anti-white isms. So I think we should use their...
Yes. Pace and lead. So he either knew explicitly or suspected that they have used, or this particular guy and or that woman, the word anti-white and racism together. And so he paced and then led. Or he just felt it might be necessary for the audience. Since I know, especially because of the harm that the concept racism does, the moment you mention it, it brings forward all of the weight. I've actually watched people hearing the word racist or racism, watched them go into a defense against racism or racist. Many times I've seen this without being challenged by an outside source. So what does that mean? That means their own brain, their subconscious mind was working against them. It was delivering white race awful, white race undermines, white race. And then coming out of their mouth, as that's happening in their head, coming out of their mouth is all races have exploited, all races. And you're like, what are you even talking about? It is the voice inside the head.
Their own kind of linguistic games against them, because even when people are talking about racism, it's such a loaded term now. People think that it's automatically white people doing something bad against non-white people. So I think the language is important here. That's why the terms anti-whiteism, black fragility, even black privilege as well, they're being coddled. Slavery ended over 150 years ago. So it's time to get caught up with them.
Again, I have the same position for black privilege. It's white negative, meaning that it's now in a comedic sense, maybe, absolutely, I would say. But in most cases, it's only going to bring up white privilege. And that's even worse than white fragility. You definitely don't want people to bring up the connections that they've learned through entertainment media about white privilege.
Modern age and grow thick skin.
Something that I know this is getting sophisticated, but this community can handle it. I mean, the other communities out there, so many of them can't. If you are in a debate with someone, one of the most powerful things that you could do in the debate is to not direct their attention to a construction that will be difficult for you to handle in front of your audience. Even more powerful than that is to lure them with your constructions to a set of ideas, thoughts, etc., that are harmful for them, in the hope that they will speak to those ideas harmful for them in the debate for the audience, so that they will speak to those ideas, thoughts, etc. You want to be able to do everything you can to prevent the opposition from going in a direction that is strong for them and weak for you. Simultaneously, to lure them to a position that is weak for them and strong for you, all of this vis-a-vis the audience. Does that make sense? And the audience can be just you too, especially if, say, it's a spouse or something, you're trying to bring around to white well-being, a friend, a sibling. So the worst thing you can do is hit these tripwires of meme pathogens that immediately bring up an entire host of emotions, of ideas, of notions, etc., that undermine your argument. That's the worst thing you can do. Let's continue.
Real quick, Amber, this blew my mind. Canadian Broadcast Corporation for Kids released this.
Have you seen this term? 2SLGBTQIPA.
What in the world? By the way, this flag that they put up on the White House for this Pride Before the Fall, in the middle, the prominent position between two stars and stripes. And by the way, they're all hung at the same height. Did anybody notice that? I thought it was against the law. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe that's just like one of those things that people say that's not actually true, but everybody thinks it is because it could be that the stars and stripes always has to be higher. Is that true or not? Because what I saw in that photograph with this multicolored flag was they all looked the same height, and the multicolored flag was prominent. Now, I wanted to ask you about the multicolored flag. It was central, and the stars and stripes just framed it, which is actually, it's an insult, but it's good because more people get to see. This America is dead, and it's been dead for long before you were born. But does this multicolored flag now stand for non-white people as well? Because I saw this brown or this black line in it. Can somebody tell me, does it stand for non-white people as well? Because if that's the case, if it stands for all of these groups that they would call victim groups, we would call privileged groups here, not when you're out talking about this sort of a thing. But if that's the case, then what you're seeing there is the anti-whites have become dumb enough to actually create a symbol for their anti-whiteism. Maybe somebody says, maybe somebody knows. Does anybody know? Samuski says, this gets good. I knew you would address this. Ah, you mean King Dice? Yeah. June says, that is right, Jason. The creator must be morose. I sees it all coming. It's like, yes, yeah, go ahead. Yeah, okay, exactly. As it was going to happen. Next. Winged Productions, great to see you, says the USA flag display is etiquette, not law. But you're right. It's supposed to be higher. Yeah. So could you imagine? And it happened. They're like right there, same level with this multicolored flag. Boy, that's something. Baron White says, yes, it does. They added black and brown to represent non-whites. Really? Holy, that is dumb for them to do. I predicted. I've been predicting, many of you, as long as you've known me, I've been saying anti-whiteism and the anti-whites that operated, they've been getting dumber and dumber and dumber and less efficient. And which is good ultimately, because maybe they'll get dumb enough for the white population to compete with. That are not anti-white, white people who are not anti-white. But wow, they actually made a flag to oppose the white race. and to oppose Western civilization. I don't, Mestizo's here. Great to see you, good brother. Says it's the ugliest flag he's ever seen. Yeah, well, I mean, if the devil were to come out of hell with a flag to destroy all that is good on earth, it would probably be pretty monstrous, right? And that's what that looks like. That is something. I did not know that they added non-white people. So then that's it. Only white males are excluded from that. Just healthy, what I would call healthy, my opinion, white males are excluded. So it's just war on, is there anything for females? Is there anything to represent all females? I mean, does this come down to, this is the flag that is the at war with the whole white race? Or is this the flag that is at war with white males? Linda's here. Great to see you, sister. Sweetie is here. Hello. I'm going to assume that, Sweetie, that you are female. Am I wrong? Hello, sister, if you are. Jason, will you ever interview Mark Dice? Would love to see that. Also, would you ever go on the Lex Friedman podcast? Good way to get the word. I will go on almost anybody's shows or podcasts, or if you know them and you can set it up, I will. You can get them interested in me, and they reach out. I will go and I will talk with them, and I will share white well-being everywhere. I won't go to, like, obviously JSperg channels or anything like that. It's crazy. There's no common ground there. But I will go just about anywhere else in the normal realm of society, not like out into like crazy town. You can only imagine. And in fact, I'm going to be on this coming Tuesday with David Clues at, is it Clues? Is that his last name? At 4 p.m. Eastern time. So keep an eye out for that this Tuesday. So Sweetie I got it right. Sweetie, if you had been a guy, this would have been a kind of a tough conversation. Westman Media is here. Nothing to symbolize females specifically on that flag. Well, wait. Okay, so nothing to symbolize females specifically. Okay, so then this is the flag of war on the West. They actually were dumb enough to make a flag out that. I mean, it tells you a couple things. It tells you that they're getting less intelligent, the leadership, or they have so much control of so many centers of power, nodes of power, that they're drunk. Their hubris has run amok. Combination of that to various degrees, and that as their base grows even larger, then the midsections of the edifice have grown as a consequence as well, which would put more pressure on those at the top making more of like decisions like that about whether or not there'll be a flag. See, that what they've done then is they've really made a big error, in my opinion. They went from a flag that suited and fit their anti-white narrative perfectly, that, oh, these are the victims of Western civilization, and we're just trying to achieve some sort of equal treatment, of fairness, and this is just like their little flag of please be fair with us and signal that you want to be fair, to a flag that specifically now is defined itself by what it has included and by what it has excluded as the flag of war on Western kind and Western civilization. And they just flew that. I mean, I guess it's still up. Who knows how long? I guess the whole month. Baron says, am I doing calls? Yes. And if you would like to call, you would be number 2 on the list, brother. Okay, what else? Did anybody else speak to that? I didn't know. I saw the JC is here. Great to see you. Westman Media, yeah, they did include. I saw the dark stripe, and I thought, could that be non-whites? Wow, so black and brown. Let's keep going here.
You know what each letter means? Don't worry, we'll break it down for you.
I teach my kids reading, writing, and arithmetic.
I have to wonder how long it took her to.
This is the conservative. Please stop indoctrinating them. We just want to learn to read and write. No, you will teach white well-being at your school. You will not teach anti-whiteism at your school. That's what needs to be said.
To memorize that acronym, but this kind of stuff is so harmful. They're just confusing kids intentionally, especially with the transgender nonsense.
It's not. Well, I mean, I'm not there to ask her to define what she's saying, but it's not just to confuse.
We know that 80% of children who suffer from gender dysphoria end up growing out of those feelings by adulthood, and yet for some reason, places like California are actually trying to make it.
Okay, this is the data. We know that 84% of children who suffer from this. So in response to that, an anti-white could just say, okay, well, what about the rest? What about the rest? They need to be converted.
Child abuse to not put your kids through a gender transition.
Mark, I got about 20 seconds to you.
You know, it's important. The cults use deceptive terms to try to rope in new recruits so that they don't.
And more importantly, though, in anti-whiteism, what they know is that the individual story is what moves the individuals, and in their aggregate is the vote, is society. So it could be 99%. It could be 99.5% could be her stat. And the anti-whites could move with a story about one gender dysphoric child who just cries and is alone in his or her heart and confused in the wrong body and should be helped. And why would you deny this sort of help to this person? Why would you deny them the relief that they seek if we have the medical? And so it all gets narrowed down. All of civilization, especially when it comes to women, more so than men, but it's everyone, gets narrowed down to one individual, and we sacrifice. The society needs to be sacrificed for the individual. Powerful anti-whites, very powerful.
Betray their true beliefs. And so again, the language is important. We should stop even calling it Pride Month. It is LGBTQ Pride Month. The rainbow now is essentially, the pride symbol is a sexual kink fetish symbol at this point. And it should be called that.
Yeah, and the irony too is the B in LGB is bi, which means they're admitting there's only two genders. Amber, Mark, appreciate you being here.
Well, thanks for having me.
Okay. Now let's see what the rest. There's more. That's one of those conservative takes that I've cornered them now. Look at the hypocrisy. Has it ever worked? Never. Stop.
That was Carl Higby's show, Frontline, which airs 5 p.m. Eastern Time. Meanwhile, this is what's happening over at...
real quick, that guy over on that channel, he needs to reach out. I can supercharge him. He could be an absolute force of nature on that channel.
Fox News.
June is Pride Month, and this weekend we're shining a spotlight on those in the LGBTQ plus community. Fox News Media Senior Vice President Michael Tamero interviewed the funny and iconic actor Leslie Jordan. Michael joins us now. He joins us now with more. Michael, how are you?
Fox News celebrating what the Bible says in Romans.
What? Fox News is celebrating this? The war on the West?
Chapter 1, verse 26 is a complete... Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot. You're not allowed to quote certain Bible verses on the big tech platforms anymore. That's considered to be hate speech. Fox News, the official channel of Bud Light.
There's one simple hearing hack anyone can use to improve their hearing almost overnight.
Happening?
Did you know that?
What is happening? Why is this guy tapping spoons on his head? When you've done too much crack. Do you know there's one simple hack to your crack?
That hearing impairments have nothing to do with your ears?
Hearing impairments have nothing to do with your ears. I think some audiologists would object.
The ears are nothing more than a microphone to the part of the brain responsible for your hearing.
Oh, and here we have a little video that we purchased of course, a woman looking at science. And so therefore what we're saying is legit.
Here's the problem. No
You're
matter
the
what
problem.
type of hearing aid you use or what treatments you try.
What in that? Look at how long that's going into his head. Lady, that's coming out the other side. You better find a shorter tool. Holy shit. Oh, here we have it again. And here's another specialist is a female. And of course, she's helping. What are we dumb white guys?
You're only treating the symptoms.
Oh, brain pictures must be real. They're doing smart things there on this channel.
Not the real root cause.
Oh, the real root cause? What's the fake root cause? Everything has just been dumbed down. So it's like I live in Flintstone Town.
Listen, eventually it will get harder and harder to understand words during a conversation, leaving you feeling isolated and less social.
Okay.
This is when your family starts
planning putting you in the ground because they're sick of you.
Wondering if you're able to take care of yourself.
This is when your son beats the living shit out of you.
And next thing you know,
you're
being sent off to the old folks' home. Luckily for you, there's no...
That all can be stopped. Aging, everything. If you just find out about their crack hack with the spoons that you play on the side of your head.
Now a solution.
Oh,
top scientists from the...
Oh, look at the top scientists. Oh, boy. Oh, the top scientists are in the house. He's like, look, I have a petri dish. He's like, I spat in this. What do you think? That looks pretty good. Are you planning on freezing it and eating it like a lollipop? Maybe.
The University of Cambridge.
Oh, this is the University of Cambridge. Look at it. He's got this neat little box here. I wonder what happens in that neat little science box. Oh, it's so sciencey. Look at all the science. They have white jackets on.
Made a shocking discovery while researching a little-known area of the brain.
Oh, look at more brain scans. Oh my God, they have two white males. Now, are these techs or are these supposed to be doctors? Because look at their outfits are different.
Scientists were shocked to discover that all hearing impairments stem from one single root cause.
One single root cause.
Most importantly, they revealed a simple 10-second technique that you can start using tonight,
the old
which is now
10-second
clinically proven to restore your hearing.
And you'll never go to the old folks' home. Keep Johnny from beating you up and sending you there in a wheelchair.
Back to normal, regardless.
This kind of predatory behavior is the kind of thing that if you had a healthy government, they would say, what are you doing? Just tell the people what you actually have for sale.
Of your age or current condition.
And this is, you can be like him. He plays the spoons on the side of his head. He's a spoonhead. Look at him. Look at his beard. He grew that in one day after playing the spoons on his head. No wheelchair and old folks home for him.
In fact, 70-year-old patients that were completely dependent on their hearing aids for over 7 years are
now hearing better. I was getting ready for them to say they don't need a hearing aid anymore. Golly, look at this guy. He looks like he shouldn't be holding a child. What in the fuck is happening there? Look at the look on his face. He's like, oh, come back to the bridge with me.
Now hearing better than ever. I urge you to stop what you're doing and tap the blue Watch Now button below right now to
tap the Watch Now button right now.
Watch a free special video that will show you how to naturally restore your hearing.
And it will restore
and remember,
your hearing.
You won't need a doctor.
And then there's a female doctor again.
Or have to spend hundreds of dollars, as this is something you can effortlessly.
Well, now that's an interesting looking guy as well.
Do from home. More than 197,000 people of all ages are already doing this 10-second solution and can finally hear clearly.
Even look, all of a sudden a family appeared around her.
in the noisiest places.
Look at the family, and she got a little grandchild by playing the spoons on her head.
Just imagine, no more buzzing, roaring, or humming noises.
Tinnitus? Is that what they're talking about? Or is this something a little deeper, like psychosis? Are you hallucinating? Just play the spoons on your head.
No more dealing with expensive hearing aids that never really work. And best of all,
Well, do they not? I mean, I see people wearing hearing aids all the time, and they seem to be able to hear.
you'll finally
You'll find that even though you're a troll, you'll be sat beside a beautiful young woman with a glass of vino. And you'll be able to tell her how you're an enophile, and she'll follow you back to your bridge.
be able to enjoy normal conversations with your loved ones again. However, the billion-dollar hearing aid industry has already removed this special presentation from the internet twice before. In a desperate...
That's... Boy, this is so underhanded. It's unscrupulous. They've already... The billion-dollar... That's who runs the world. It's the hearing aid people. They are in charge of everything. Are you naming the hearing aid people? They remove things from the internet that they don't like.
attempt to protect their profits. So it's uncertain
Oh my God,
how
they
long
showed
the
like this little retarded screen. I'm unhappy. Your video is gone. Don't disobey the hearing aid people. They're watching through my little white eyes.
information will remain available this time. Tap the blue Watch Now button below before it's too late.
Before it's too late. I'll do this. Skip the
Something
ad.
you won't see on Fox News, however, is anybody reporting on the Bilderberg Group meeting, the annual meeting of deep state officials. Something that I did see on Newsmax, however, last month when they were meeting back at the end of May.
So the Bilderberg meeting, do you know anything about this? It's news to me. It's happening right now in Lisbon, Portugal. It's been going on since 1954. A secret meeting featuring some of the world's most powerful people, and they don't want us to know what's going on inside.
Well, that's a fascinating report, Greg Kelly. Hopefully the audience will look more into that. When I asked John Hannity what's going on with the Bilderberg Group, however, he blocked me on Twitter. If you're not familiar with them, I'll leave a link in the description below to one of my previous in-depth reports on the Bilderberg Group, so you can check it out after this video. Someone who I'm sure wasn't allowed to report on the Bilderberg Group when he was contained and restrained by Fox News is Tucker Carlson, but he's free now. Well, sort of, I guess. He posted a monologue on Twitter earlier this week, getting millions and millions of views, and triggering the liberal media industrial complex, who had a complete freakout, and Fox News' lawyers, who sent him a nasty letter claiming that he is violating his contract with them.
Does anybody know, is there any more about the interview here? Or is because I don't know. We're gonna watch that.
Because now they're not working, posting him on social. Literally wants him to just stay silent after the 2024 presidential election. And so Tucker doesn't care. And so the very next day,
That video
he
is the one we're
posted
gonna watch,
another
I think.
monologue. Fox News has lost about a third of their primetime audience since they censored Tucker Carlson. And not just during his time slots, during all of primetime. One network, which has 0 viewers now, is MTV News, which was operating as a division of MTV, which surprisingly is still on the air. And the joke still holds true that it's called music television, but they don't air any music. MTV News was maintained mainly as an online platform on YouTube, Facebook, probably Snapchat, TikTok, all of those. But nobody was watching, and so they literally shut down the entire division. After nearly 4 decades,
Wow.
MTV News is no more. I'm surprised that it made it that long. Look,
You'll find out. You look into some of these entities, do it for yourself. You might find that they receive government assistance to have these loser networks, channels, etc., producing anti-white propaganda. So when a lot of like conservative types, good folks, normally when they're like, ha, they're not making any money, they don't have an audience, their hand is in your pocket. Maybe. Check it out for yourself. Oh, we did that.
Smoke still was, but nobody was watching, and so they more. I'm surprised that it made it that long. Look at this photo that they used as the illustration along with this article. Why would anybody tune into MTV News to listen to an interview with Hillary Clinton? And look at their YouTube channel. It had only 550,000.
All right, I guess that's done. He's talking about MTV News. We'll move on, and then we'll bring on Anna in just a moment. Or maybe we'll do Anna, and then we'll come back and do Tucker. Bring Anna on. Does that sound like a plan? We'll have her swash through, and then we'll do Fox. We'll do Tucker, rather, not Fox. Let me do this. So I just sent Anna the link. The Anna Plana, says Franklin. She goes swash through, so it'll be about 10 minutes. And she's going to tell us what she's up to and what's going on, where to find her for the good work that she's doing. New participant in this magnificent community of white well-being, of love, hope, and redemption. As we wait, I can begin Tucker. Let's pause this. Oh, wait. She might be signing in, but it's Anna. I'm seeing if you can hear my voice. It says device not connected. So you got to, I guess, use I think you were talking about using an avatar because your bandwidth is pretty narrow. Yeah. So while you figure that out, and you won't have any pressure to figure that out. If I do this with Tucker, all right. There he is. This is titled Cling to Your Taboos. Tell me if y'all can hear it all right.
Hey, it's Tucker Carlson. Let's say you wanted to control a country. How would you start? Well, you'd want to make sure you had the complete obedience of everybody inside your borders.
Okay. So that's actually starting off in the same bad place that we saw Dr. Turley. And that is that it's an abstraction looking down on the anthill. And not a surprise because Tucker is a conservative content creator. And this then encourages a set of deductions that are deleterious for the audience. And that is that there is a group of wire pullers or lever pullers. And if you just get rid of them, then you'll be able to remedy everything around you. So that's, let's see here. Hold on one sec. You have to have your camera, Anna. You have to have your camera available, and then you say that you don't want to use your camera, and then it gives you the option of an avatar, and you click on I think it's you where you see your little box down there in the bottom of the screen. You might see the ellipses or the three dots. You click on that, and it will then give you an opportunity to search your computer for an avatar. And you can sign out and sign back in as many times as you have to, but just get that get the camera, give permission for StreamYard to use the camera and microphone. So you might have to go to, where is it on? I guess if you click the view site information, the little lock that's up beside the URL, to give permission for StreamYard to use your camera. Okay, let's continue. So this is if you wanted to control a people, it's the exact same. Isn't that fascinating? It's the exact same argumentation or construction that Dr. Turley used. The exact same. It's ubiquitous in conservative Republican circles and really white sympathetic circles in toto.
Who was authorized to use deadly force. You would start with them.
Okay, so If you want to control a country.
Hey, it's Tucker Carlson. Let's say you wanted to control a country. How would you start? Well, you'd want to make sure you had the complete obedience of everybody inside your borders who was authorized to use deadly force. You would start with the military and then federal law enforcement.
This is so, I'm sorry, I just got to say, it's so obesitarian. It's really, but it's not that he is, it's that that's who he's speaking. This is who I'm speaking to. I've got to talk to like living vegetables.
And then move your way down ultimately to agencies like the IRS. Controlling the guns would be a top.
Okay, so now can you hear a coworker saying to you, let me tell you now how this happens. The first thing they do is they get control of the military. That's what they did first. And then they work their way down. Then they control law enforcement. Then they control and work all the way down to the IRS, whatever. Right? And then those people will tell you, you're almost right. You're almost right. Let me tell you where you're going wrong with your white well-being thing. Okay.
Top priority for you if you ever wanted to go dictatorial, if you wanted to be baby doc. But let's say you had deeper
baby doc
ambitions. Let's say you wanted the power not simply to control people's behavior, but to control how they think, not just their bodies, but their minds, as a god would. In that case, you need to take charge of the society's taboos.
Really, I think everybody here is fully grasping the error of this.
A taboo is something that by popular consensus is not allowed. A taboo may not be illegal, but it doesn't need to be. Over time, social prohibitions are more powerful and more enduring than laws.
Precisely. That's why when you want to talk about the laws in this country and how they harm us, you really have to include all of them, because every single one of them is interpreted through the lens of anti-whiteism. And the interpretation is, creates the application.
Society
or the lack thereof
are defined by what they will not permit, as are famously religions. Muslims don't eat pork, neither do Orthodox Jews. Traditional Christians oppose extramarital sex. The Amish avoid electricity, and so on. American society isn't overtly religious, but it's governed by text.
Okay. I see, Anna, you got your camera on. So now if you go to the your little rectangle that's showing you there and you click on the dots, you should, or you click down where it says the camera and you click it off, you'll be given the option to choose an avatar. There you go. If you're ready, let me know in the private chat here. Oh, it just went away. I promise, folks, there was an image. Maybe she's changing the image. Oh, okay. I see the image again. The avatar that you might want to use. Yeah, let me know here. We will have a swash through. They're always glorious. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for a swash through Anna Charity. Anna speaks out. Her screen name. Hey, how are you?
Can you hear me? Okay.
Perfectly
Good. It's
loud
nice
and
to be
clear.
back here.
It's great to have you back, sister. What's been going on? And first of all, introduce yourself to the folks who might not know who you are.
Yeah. So I'm Anna. I started on YouTube in 2019, but it's been a tough journey, and I've thought about giving up a lot because it's really hard to grow.
Yeah.
Because I've always just said everything that I thought, and I got videos deleted and people angry at me and all that.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I'm pretty outspoken. Henceforth, the name Anna Speaks Out.
Nice. And what kind of subject matter do you cover?
Well, it started basically when I first started, I was like a huge Trump fan, like a fanatic. So talked about all the basic Republican politics, kind of surface level probably. I was really mad about all of the illegal immigrants coming in and stuff. I was kind of probably had a little bit of anger issues actually back then.
Well,
But yeah, I didn't like all that stuff. You know, that they did it illegally, and maybe it wasn't really even like maybe they weren't actually going to die in their country, and they just wanted like a better life. All that
oh,
stuff. But
right.
anyway, since then, I covered like a lot of the BLM stuff when that was happening. Like I even went down to San Diego downtown to like see the actual aftermath. So that was cool. In a certain sort of way. And I just sometimes I'll even just do random stuff. Like recently we ended up at this Old West museum in the desert here in California. So I just made a video of that. Every once in a while I've sung songs. I have ADHD, so like I like to keep things random and fresh. But yeah, I'm conservative and Christian, so everything is from that perspective.
Nice. And I see you are on Rumble, but you're also on YouTube, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm on Rumble as My Thoughts and Songs and on YouTube as Anna Speaks Out.
I'll drop that in the live chat as well here. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
And what recently have you been working on or thinking about working on?
Yeah, I just made a little thing about Father's Day. Like, I think it would be cool if people had favorite stories about their fathers that they wanted to share publicly and, you know, like anonymously, just to like uplift good fathers, because I think they're the backbone of strong societies, and that's why Marxism wants to destroy families.
Yeah.
The gay agenda and all that. And I do see all the time, because I've been watching TV recently because we've been in hotels. We don't have it at home, but I noticed like all the commercials with black and white couples only usually. And usually it's like the man who's black.
Yep.
You know, like if people want to do that, whatever, it's their life, but like I just don't like it being so obviously pushed like it's the only good thing.
Yeah, precisely. It's clearly an anti-white agenda. People are making that decision again and again and again.
Yeah.
And yeah, so that's
Oh, and
understandable.
sorry.
No, please. Go ahead.
I recently covered the that city bike Karen incident from New York. If you're familiar.
Right. Yes.
Yeah, I had a lot of thoughts about that, so that video did pretty well. Yeah, so we covered things like that.
Fantastic.
Like,
And
big things happening in the news.
is there anything that anything you want to get into or you're thinking about getting into?
I
Or are
was
you looking
thinking
for
about making.
suggestions?
Yeah, suggestions are always good. I know this month is PTSD Awareness Month, or there's at least a day dedicated to that. So my husband was a Marine and I have PTSD from an abusive relationship, so I should probably make something about that. I did last year.
Yeah, that would definitely, a lot of people suffer. And
Yeah.
that would absolutely be something that I would reach a bunch of people. And the fact that you're sharing, I mean, folks, if you didn't see me, Anna made this absolutely glorious. It's over on your Instagram. This it was a YouTube short, right?
Yeah.
Absolutely glorious testimonial that I shared for White Will Being. Tell us about that. Tell us how that came together.
It's just something that you had said that stuck out to me. I'm trying to remember what it, you were saying that, you know, the people who are pro-white, who are like actively against other races, are not helpful. It's just more negativity basically. And that
precisely
if you're not happy with just promoting white well-being, if there's some other negative agenda beyond that you don't align with that. So I thought that was good, because I do see a lot of people on the internet who are hateful towards other races, and
and that's obviously not going to go any. So you were turned away by hearing that sort of thing from being able to stand up for white people, right?
Well, I remember noticing anti-whiteness a few years ago. I just saw a lot of stuff about what white people can do better and why white men suck and all, all this stuff.
Yeah.
And it really bothered me. I think like because I went through abuse personally, I was like, this is abusive. Right. This is wrong. And it's really not cool. So like it made me sad and angry. So yeah, I'm happy to talk about it now. But I have met personally people who are just kind of hateful, and it did kind of turn me off from, like, it made me a little nervous about like pro-white people, because a lot of them were like just, hateful. So
Yeah.
but yeah, so
Yeah.
this movement is like the best of both worlds. It's pretty cool.
Yeah. I mean, this is exactly what we're talking about, that good, normal, productive, smart, creative white people. They see what's going on in the world. I mean, you were just saying, they see what's going on in the world, and they're like, it's this endless war on white people. What can I do about this? What is there? Are people talking about this? And then you show up where people are supposed to be talking about that, and instead they're saying endless negative things about every other race on the planet.
Yeah.
And which is like, and we're talking about creating or making an argument that leads to certain conclusions that are inescapable. And of course, when you say that this group or that group is all bad, then the only conclusion that can be derived from that is, well, then they have to be gone. How do and then it's just by what means are they gone? And that is the vast majority, almost all, in fact, of normal, good, creative, intelligent white folk. When they run into that, they turn around and they run away as fast as they can. They don't feel that in their heart, and it's just an ugly place to be.
Yeah. Like I had this one friend who said like America should be pretty much like all white, everybody else get the F out. And I wanted to talk to him about it just to understand, like, why do you think like that? But then eventually I was like, I can't be friends with this guy. He makes me feel sick inside. Because he's like, yeah, all black people are stupid. And
when people come to these, well, first of all, they're not like workable. They're like these unhealthy wishes. They're not something that you can work with. They're not something you can work toward. It's a very selfish, individualistic thing, because as I've mentioned before in the past, when a person says this, what they're saying is, the world isn't good for me because of this obstacle. And so everybody, we have to get rid of this obstacle for me. And they might try to cover it up. They might try to say, well, it also makes it bad for other white people. But you can clearly see where it's coming from. And that is that I find this to be an obstacle for me. I find it objectionable, and my life will be better if it's gone. They're wrong. Their life isn't going to be better if it's gone, because it's not, as we've been pointing out in this gathering, it's not a group. It's not a racial group. It's not a religious group. It's not a power group or an elite group. It is an ideology of anti-whiteism that moves and infects and lives in anyone and everyone, like a demon passing from one to the next. And that's what you have to address then, but when you come, and it's a great example, Anna, and so wonderful that you made that video. Everybody needs to be sharing it. By the way, while I'm saying this, everybody, I shared Anna's URL for her YouTube channel, and please, I'll grab her Twitter as well. Please click on over there, click follow, become a follower. It doesn't take any effort whatsoever. Ring the bell, click the little bell, and so you can get her videos when she makes those videos. We need to support her and the work that she's doing, especially, I mean, she comes over here and it's a perfect example. And we've seen so many times of how when a normal white person shows up and they come to a white sympathy and they hear these things that don't comport with their heart, which is like harming other groups of people. That's the only conclusions that can be drawn when you make these arguments about how they're just all awful from top to bottom, left to right. And not only that, it doesn't comport with your heart and spirit, but it's also potentially a legal issue for you. Are you going, you got this wonderful little baby we heard for a moment in the background. Are you going to somehow get in trouble because you're associating with these people that are talking about get rid of all of them, with the tough talk? And then you're going to be separated from your child? Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, no, I was just saying that's a good point. Like, it's dumb to put yourself in harm's way like that, or your family.
Yeah, who will actually do what kind of person would put their children? Would you let me just ask, like, generally to the entire community, who would What kind of person would put their children at risk of being taken by Child Protective Services or being separated from their children by law enforcement? Would you want to be associated with somebody that's fine with that? I wouldn't. I want people that really care about their families and want to do the right thing so that their children grow up in a world that is safe for them. But we're going to prop up your folks. If you're in the live chat now, you have any suggestions, or you're in the thread later, you have any suggestions for Anna, videos that she can make or cover, please tag her and then write the suggestion. And please go on over and follow her. And if you could, before we let you go, give us your names for YouTube, Twitter, Instagram, and Rumble.
Yeah. Thank you very much for the support. And I'm on YouTube as Anna Speaks Out, and as you see here. And then Rumble is My Thoughts and Songs, because my original channel was Anna's Thoughts and Musical Parodies. So,
Cool.
and then on Instagram, it's also My Thoughts and Songs. And then I'm also on Twitter as Anna Speaks Out 22. Pretty sure it is. Yeah.
All right.
Just got on there pretty recently.
Cool. Well, you should be safe there now. You might get shadow banned like yours truly, but you won't be kicked off unless you go off the deep end.
Yeah.
But we'll have you back on
Yeah.
for a featured interview spot. But we're just swashing through. Any final thoughts before we let you go?
Not off the top of my head, but just I really appreciate coming back here, being able to be live with you.
Cool. It's great to have you back, and we're definitely going to have you real soon. But we'll let you go right now, and we'll get back to the gathering. All right?
Sounds good. Sounds good. Thanks again.
All right. Bye-bye.
Drowning in the argument, the anti-white says, what exactly is anti-white? You have got to be animated with the righteous passion of reclaiming our destiny. We are the heroes of this era.
All right. Let's go ahead and... There we go. Let's go ahead and she's great. So please follow her on all of her platforms. If you're on Instagram, follow her there. If you're on Twitter, follow her there. If you're on Rumble, follow her there, please. And then help her to grow if you can. That's what we would like. Wonderful to have her swash through. Let's get some swashbuckling flags for Anna Speaks Out. We're so happy she is speaking out. Thank you all for you're giving her some applause, some white hearts. I love it. Swashing through. Irish Nick is with us. Great to see you, brother. That's what we need. We need more wonderful content creators. And I think the big message that she really drives home, as you can see, that she's this totally normal, productive, smart white person. They're out there, and they've looked at the world and see what's happening to our people, and they ask themselves, what can be done? Where are people talking about this? And then they show up. I've heard this story too many times. This is why I can occasionally get so furious with these Jay-Spurging subversives, because people show up and they're like, yeah, thanks for coming. We're going to kill all of them. And you're like, what? What? No, thanks. I'm leaving. As I said first, people don't want to, it's not in their spirit to go out and want to harm a bunch of innocent people, because there are going to be bunches of innocent people out there in the middle of the anti-white varieties that are out there. And then second, they know that none of that's going to actually happen. None of it. It's just tough talk that gets you 18 years in prison so that your children can be raised by the person that CPS, Child Protective Services, thinks will be best for them. That sounds like a good plan, right? Sophia is here. Hello, sister. And she says, Jason, how did your recent altercation start or happen? You mean the fisticuffs? Is that what you're asking about? John says, really want to talk to you soon, but is it safe with liberal speech codes? Well, we refer to them as anti-white. But yeah, I mean, you mean me or you? Like you would say something that would get me in trouble on YouTube or something? We can't have that happen. The Great Mestizo says the question widget in Entropy is not letting me submit questions. Really? Thank you for telling me. I guess it's on them. Sweetie says, Jason, thank you for all you do. You will make a great husband and father to unlucky woman. That's kind of you to say. Thank you for that. I don't know what's wrong with it, brother. Does anybody else have the same problem? Is Entropy not working for you? Oh, yes. I didn't see the rest of what you wrote, sweetie. The one and only long-haired, the long braided hair of Katie. Myself, because England is bad. Yeah, well, you have to, if you use, John, what we're talking about here, the Go Free method, and you come from a place that comports with the spirit of the West in a white positive way, you won't have problems, even in the UK. Ah, that's funny. Hates squirrels. It's Rapunzel, the squirrel hater. She has a focus. She has a real focus. Haim is here. Hello and welcome. Janice says, I thought squirrels declared war on her. They did. They attacked her. And so it's just a response, like a small neuroses after having suffered at the hands of, as she would say, snaggy nailed hands or paws of the spawn of Satan, as she would say. Okay. So Entropy is not working in the question widget, but it looks like the financial gift widget is working. And I've done all that I can do. Try it now. And then we'll get back to Tucker. Try to write something in the question widget now and see if it works. And maybe restart, because I just made a change. Lunder from Down Under is here. Mrs. Jess Horse said that she'll check Entropy. Yeah, just try to say like test or something in the question widget. So the financial gift widget is working, but the question widget might not be. Azimuth Clark is with us. Great to see you, brother. So is White Student Transmission. Thank you for showing up. Yes, Nick, we just did that. So when we're done, jump back. It was fun. We will continue with Sweetie says, glad to know a good man has a good woman. We want to promote decency, love, and marriage. Oh, I totally agree. 100%. Yep. Happy families inoculating their children against anti-whiteism so that we can reclaim our destiny, because the state that we're in right now, as you can see, it's so bad that as I and you create and we advance as Team White Wellbeing into the proof of concept, and instead of folks deciding, yes, we'll fall in and follow that, they're saying either no, not interested, or in the white sympathetic sphere, or you didn't do it, and we're going to give credit to somebody else. So remarkable. Let's proceed on Tucker. And Westman Media is here. Great to see you. Red Dog is here. Great to see you. Let's see what else Tucker has to say on this episode.
Taboos, and it always has been. What's interesting is how fast our taboos are changing. This is not happening organically.
Just restating that the abstraction of taboos rather than an attack on a specific people and their projection.
What we're allowed to dislike is being dictated to us from above, sometimes by force.
What we are allowed. That's a position of weakness. You can't. You're not able to resist, but we are able to resist. You can't say we're not allowed to do that. When did you say, and in what context do you say that you're not allowed to do X, Y, or Z? When you were a child, relative to your boss, that sort of thing. If you are a beta loser male, then it may be your wife. What you're allowed to do or not to do. That's one of the most pathetic things to see as an adult male saying, "I'm not allowed to do this." So you don't want to think like that. This is a victimizer that we can resist, and we are resisting and defeating.
Until fairly recently, for example, it was taboo in this country to attack people on the basis of their race. That was the main lesson of the Second World War.
It's not until, do you see this abstraction here? The exact same thing that Turley was doing. This is conservatism, and it's been conservatism since your great-great-great-grandparents. This abstraction about now people are allowed, but then they used to not be allowed to attack on. The white race has been suffering anti-whiteism for a very, very long time.
World War, we were told again and again. The one thing we learned from the Nazis is that it's dangerous to reduce human beings to their genetic code.
Slots comes in powerfully, the admission of authority, that you have no authority, not over yourself, not over anything else. What you are allowed and not allowed to do. If you are allowed or not allowed to do, then you are in this like submissive position. And that's what most conservatives, good people, are in this like submissive. What do you want to do with me now? What do you want to do to me now?
There is no master race. That made sense, but apparently what we're allowed to dislike is being dictated to us from above, sometimes by force. Until fairly recently, for example, it was taboo in this country to attack people on the basis of their race. That was the main lesson of the Second World War, we were told again and again. The one thing we learned from the Nazis is that it's dangerous to reduce human beings to their genetic code. There is no master race. That made sense, but apparently we no longer believe it.
Oh. Again, taking ownership for the crimes, the victimization. Totally conservative. We just went from Turley to Tucker.
Punishing people based on their skin color is not only permitted in modern America, it is mandatory throughout business and government and higher education, as long as the victims are white.
So you see how he said that there. It's not just, it's permissible. This is the abstraction. It's permissible to attack on the basis of race as long as the victims are white. Why not just say it is anti-whiteism? It's an attack on white people, instead of trying to make it into this universal abstraction that just loses for you.
One time that would have been unimaginable. So with the current behavior of our politicians.
It's not been unimaginable. They've been attacking white people on the basis of race forever.
As recently as the 1992 presidential campaign, adultery was considered disqualifying for anyone seeking higher office. Bill Clinton was very nearly derailed in the New Hampshire primary by his affair with Jennifer Flowers. Clinton went to elaborate lengths to lie about the relationship because he had no choice.
Now, why is that? Because the notion of what marriage was and loyalty between a man and a woman in the West, where did that come from? White people, in my opinion, of course. So why was it attacked? Why was that institution and the expectations for behavior of a husband and a wife? Why was that attacked? Why was that eroded? Why is it gone in many areas of society? Because of anti-whites.
But he was the last presidential candidate who had to meet the standard. By 2008, it was obvious to anybody who was paying attention that Barack Obama had a strange and highly creepy personal life. Yet nobody ever asked him about it. By that point, a leader...
Why is that? Because as a non-white person in the anti-white narrative, non-white people are all good. And if there's anything wrong or anything bad, it's the fault of white people.
Behavior within his own marriage, the core relationship of his life, have been declared irrelevant. It was Barack Obama's business, not yours. One by one, with increasing speed, our old taboos have been struck down. Those that remain have lost their moral force. Stealing, flaunting your wealth, striking women, smoking.
All of this.
Marijuana on the street.
All of this, expectations of behavior in the West, norms, mores of the West, they're gone, not because it was the consequence of an abstraction, but because it's an attack on Western kind and our projection.
Shameless public hypocrisy, taking other people's money for not working. All of these things used to be considered unacceptable in America, not anymore. So it probably shouldn't surprise us if the greatest taboo of all is teetering on the edge of acceptability: child molestation.
Yeah, and it will be accepted. It's already being accepted. You know, I had these people scream at me that conservative, good people, and you see them screaming all the time, this will be where it ends, because nobody is going to tolerate children being molested, children being harmed. Nobody will, parents will put their foot down there. What these people didn't understand was that selfish individuals will protect their children, not others. They don't see the welfare of their children by way of the welfare of other white children. That's what I understand. That's what Team White Wellbeing understands. That's what you all understand. Selfish. That's why you see pedo grooming at libraries increasingly. That's why you see pedo grooming in schools increasingly. That's why you see pedo grooming from the seat of governance increasingly. Because you cannot defend against anti-whiteism without acknowledging the point at which you are being attacked, the breach in the wall, even down to the molestation of children. Imagine this. Imagine this. Imagine that how many people have ignored the message of white well-being, that have heard it and have said, no, you're wrong. This will be the end. This is where the people will push back, because they just don't understand that selfish individuals will run off and they'll think that they did good for their children, even though they bequeath to them and inferno. They'll think they did right by their children because they'll say, well, I'm going to keep an eye on my child's school. And if they're going to have one of these pedo grooming messages read there, well, I'll just pull them out that day. That's what people have been doing. These are dilatory tactics that selfish individualists employ. And it will continue. And as it continues, as long as people are not adopting the go free method, as long as they're not coming into contact with the concepts that we promulgate, it will continue. Child molestation, what is it, Rapunzel? Is it, what is the sexuality? Pedosexual? That will become a norm in the West. Why? Don't be like a typical conservative and say, well, because these people are crazy, or because they're disturbed, or because, no. It is the inversion of the expectation of behavior in the West for white people. That's why it will become, as long as people are not adopting the concepts that we promulgate and not coming back to the source and giving credit to the source, it will, I guarantee you. Just remember, think back just the past couple of years. All the people saying, no, people are not going to put up with their children being raped and being pedo-groomed. Really? Looks like I was right again.
A generation ago, talking to someone else's children about sex was widely considered grounds for a thrashing. Touching them sexually was effectively a death penalty offense.
And this kind of talk, by the way, this sort of like reminiscing is inordinately, I mean, I won't even go that direction. It is injurious. Do not do this. Do not say, well, 10 years ago, a generation ago, you couldn't do that. And so it's a shame it's done now. Because what you're saying when you do that is, I'm the past. My ways are the past. My norms are the past. Don't do that. And that sort of behavior is normal in other circles.
When Jeffrey Dahmer was bludgeoned to death in the bathroom of a Wisconsin prison in 1994, the Milwaukee district attorney had to caution the public not to turn Dahmer's killer into a folk hero. Jeffrey Dahmer had molested and murdered children. People felt justified in celebrating his death. 25 years later, that standard had changed dramatically in the state of Wisconsin, as in the rest of the country. In the summer of 2020, during the BLM riots in Kenosha, 17-year-old Kyle Rittenhouse defended his life from a convicted child molester called Joseph Rosenbaum. Rosenbaum was trying to kill Rittenhouse, so Rittenhouse shot him in self-defense. But it was Joseph Rosenbaum whom the media cast as...
Let me ask you this. Since we're here in the advanced placement, if Rittenhouse was an anti-white and he had murdered a white male that had molested non-white children, would he have been celebrated? Now you see how fucking right I am. Sometimes it's just so from Tucker, it's this abstraction that has pulled down the general safeguards for children, not a Western expectation for behavior, but general safeguards so that child predators can get at children. And he's wrong, because we all know that if Rittenhouse were black or non-white of any race, and he had blown away a white child molester of non-white children, they would have celebrated him to the ends of time. So what is this about? It's about the war on Western kind.
As the victim of the story. Kyle Rittenhouse, meanwhile, an underage boy fending off violence from a child molester, was denounced as the villain. Ultimately, he was indicted for murder. One of the things that
he was indicted for murder, and his rest of his life is going to be them coming to sue and chase and etc. Because he is a white kid. He was a white young man who got out there inadvertently stopping anti-whites from inflicting injury on Western civilization. And so therefore, the personification of the villain in the anti-white narrative. That's what a home run sounds like. A grand slam home run sounds like when somebody spells it out that clear for everybody.
This tells us is the people who run our country no longer see child molesters as the worst among us. It's never been more obvious than it was yesterday when the Wall Street Journal ran a long expose about kiddie porn on Instagram. Instagram, the journal found, quote, helps connect and promote a vast network of accounts openly devoted to the commission and purchase of underage sex content. Instagram connects pedophiles and connects them to content sellers of child pornography. In one instance, the paper discovered that Instagram was recommending the phrase incest toddlers to users who'd expressed interest in similar material. By the way, no one at Instagram denied that any of this had happened, nor did Mark Zuckerberg, who controls the company. The journal story was accurate. It was all pretty shocking, but not as shocking as what happened next, which was effectively nothing at all. The largest circulation newspaper in the United States revealed that one of the world's most influential companies was promoting pedophilia, and nobody in power did anything about it.
So is there some group to remove that would make it better? No one in power did anything about it. Is there a group that can be removed? No.
The Justice Department did not announce an investigation. Congress did not schedule hearings. The guy who runs Instagram, Adam Mosseri, still has his job. In fact, Mosseri's last tweet, which is pinned, is a video of himself bragging about how effective Instagram's algorithm is. Keep in mind as you watch this, it's real.
People often talk about the algorithm, but there is no one algorithm for Instagram. There are many algorithms and ranking processes we use to try to personalize the experience to make it as interesting as we can for each and every person who uses Instagram. We believe in this idea of personalization. What you're interested in and what I'm interested in is different. And so therefore your Instagram and my Instagram should be different.
What you're interested in and what I'm interested in is different, Mosseri explains patiently. So your Instagram feed will be different from mine. You're interested in children. That's why you're getting all the incest toddler posts. It's a highly personalized experience. That tweet is still up tonight. Of course, everybody at Instagram, in fact, everyone everywhere in authority, will still claim to think that child molestation is bad, but the tone has changed unmistakably. When they say it's bad, they mean it in a kind of abstract way. Bad like a civil war in Central Africa is bad. You wouldn't prefer it, but there are reasons it happens.
He's complaining about an abstract interpretation.
That's why we now refer to pedophiles as minor attracted persons, because honestly, who can judge? These people are a sexual minority, so pause before you attack them. And in any case, it's not like pedophiles are barging into the Capitol building to sit in Nancy Pelosi's chair or asking uncomfortable questions about the last election. For miscreants like that, no punishment is too harsh. So far this month, the FBI's Washington field office has issued 11 press releases. 10 out of 11 have been about January 6th. Keep in mind that January 6th happened more than 2.5 years ago. Now you know why the feds were ignoring kid touchers on Instagram. They're too busy to respond. They've got much more important things to do, like finding white supremacists. White supremacists are America's new child molesters. We've got zero tolerance for white supremacists because
white supremacist is the definition of any white person who is not anti-white enough. That's why. Because there is a war on white people.
No one threatens the life of this country more than they do. Here's Joe Biden once again making that very clear last month.
To stand up against the poison of white supremacy, as I did my inaugural address, to single out as the most dangerous terrorist threat to our homeland is white supremacy.
Great.
And I'm not saying this because I'm at a black HBCU. I say it wherever I go.
Pardon the feedback, but you heard the point. White supremacy is the most dangerous threat to the American homeland. Joe Biden just told us that. It's more dangerous than the threat of nuclear war with Russia. It's more dangerous than the threat of the Mexican drug cartels, who've already killed hundreds of thousands of Americans and are now in control of swaths of our southwestern states. White supremacy is that bad, Joe Biden says. In fact, it's worse. But what is it? That's the question. Can anyone in authority actually...
What actually is white supremacy? Did they even know? They just don't know.
Define white supremacy. What is it? Is white supremacy liking white people too much?
It's not being anti-white enough.
If so, that's going to put those of us with white children in a pretty tough spot. Or is white supremacy something much more obviously bad, like trying to expel all non-white?
Is it only your children, and that's the only white people you like? You got to be kidding me.
But what is it? That's the question. Can anyone in authority actually define white supremacy? What is it? Is white supremacy liking white people too much? If so, that's going to put those of us with white children in a pretty tough spot. Or is white supremacy something much more obviously bad, like trying to expel all non-whites from America and creating some kind of ethno-state? If that's Joe Biden's definition, what exactly is the scope of this threat? How many people are currently working on this American white ethno-state project? And what are the chances they're going to pull it off? Our guess is not very many and precisely zero. But we can't say for sure because no one has showed us the numbers. These are not rhetorical questions. When the president of the United States describes something as the worst possible crime Americans can commit, you have a right to know what that crime is. You used to have that right. Under our pre-revolutionary legal code before George Floyd, questions like these were easy to answer. A crime was defined as something that an elected legislature had explicitly banned, usually an act that hurt somebody else. In America, crimes were described precisely with words in English and then preserved in books, which you could read yourself. If you ever wondered whether you were committing a crime, you could just look it up. You could know for sure whether you were a criminal. Now you can't. And needless to say, that's the point. The point of the exercise is to keep you off balance, to keep you afraid. When no one's willing to define the offense, you can't be sure whether or not you're committing it.
You don't, anti-whites, until they get dumb enough to do this, they don't have to spell out what you could do, that every little thing in a law, for example, because that gives them the leeway to change by the day. It's like the oral law. And it needs to be like an oral law so that it can change by the day. When you put something in stone, it gets weakened by it.
You could be accused at any time and everything you have taken from you. You live in fear. Remember this guy?
Emmanuel Cafferty was driving near a Black Lives Matter protest in Poway in his SDG&E truck when he says he noticed somebody following him and trying to get his attention. Later, that person posted a picture of him making what some believed is a white supremacy symbol on Twitter. Cafferty says he had no idea about any white power symbols and was just cracking his knuckles outside his window when the picture was taken of him. Later that day, he says he was notified by SDG&E that he would be suspended pending an investigation. A few days later, he was fired.
What that man did was so offensive, as you just saw, that local news had to blur the photograph of his hand. He was fired from his job. His life was destroyed for cracking his knuckles.
He did an okay symbol.
He didn't know cracking his knuckles was racist
with his hand,
but then nobody did until the day that poor Emmanuel Cafferty was unwise enough to crack them. When a crime has no definition, anyone can be guilty.
Again, that's an abstraction. That's a generality that that's only going to happen to people who get in the way of anti-whiteism. It's not going to happen to people who get in the way of of other objectives out there. Valentine's Day, right? You're not going to like be unsure. So he's just lying. I mean, Tucker knows. He knows that it's just 100% anti-white. Or he thinks he's delivering a message that is going to maybe pace, like we were talking about Dice doing. But he's had enough opportunity to lead, and maybe his presence on Twitter will be different. Maybe he reaches a great conclusion by the end here.
It's hard to relax in a country like that. The old system was better. Government operated on the basis of laws, not amorphous moral terror. Politicians couldn't accuse you of something they couldn't define. The legal code was straightforward. Child molestation was a crime. Having unfashionable opinions was not. Outside of the public sphere, the population mostly governed itself, as it does in every society, and used taboos to do it. You knew what was allowed and what wasn't because the rules didn't change very often. The taboos were organic. They derived from collective experience. And
no, they weren't. He's talking. What he just said now is contradicting. He's right now. And where do those norms and taboos? That comes from biospiritual expression.
Instinct, the two most reliable guides to life.
And then from those things, laws are created.
They evolved for a reason. They still do. Our job at this point is to protect them, despite the hectoring, the nonstop hectoring from the people in charge. You know the outlines of right and wrong. You were born knowing them. So don't let them talk you out of what you can smell. Don't let them rationalize away your intuitive moral sense. Cling to your taboos like your life depends on them, because it does. Cherish and protect them like family heirlooms. That's exactly what they are.
All right. That's not going to do it. That's not going to defeat anti-whiteism. I mean, I realize he doesn't, maybe that's what we are here for. We're here for him. We're here for others to help them go from a point wherever they are on the spectrum of understanding and pushing back against anti-whiteism, defeating it. We are there. And if Tucker wants to reach out and he wants to be supercharged, or somebody from his staff wants to reach out and they want to be supercharged on how to take down anti-whiteism, I'm happy to help. But if not, we're going to continue to hear doom documentation with doom dissecting, and then these sort of platitudes about stick to your taboos, stick to your traditions. Well, that's not going to work, because these people are rabid, selfish individualists, and they're going to flee to where they can and allow you to suffer. Tucker's not going to stay with his kids in your bad neighborhood where they have to go to school, where they are subjected to pedo prepping. He's not going to stay there with his kids or grandkids where your kids and grandkids are subjected to bullying, harassment, physical attacks, psychological abuse by anti-whites, of anti-whiteism, because he's going to use his money to take them all away. He's going to use his contacts to find out where to be, and he's going to go. And that's what white people are going to do until you force them to understand that you might be able to run away this year a little longer. Maybe the year after you'll be able to run away again. But this is catching everybody everywhere. And eventually those children and grandchildren of yours that you sought to help flee and provide contacts and everything else, that they are going to be consumed by the fire that you are not helping to extinguish. That's what we have to communicate. We'll take a short break. We'll come back. We got your comments, calls, the mail, and we'll have a little bit more fun before we get out of here. And we are back. This is a ForNull day with music today. That was the great ForNull with the synth version. We'll have our home again. It was epic. Totally epic. Let me actually go off camera for a moment. The briefest, of course, so we can make a little change here. And we are going to proceed. Everybody can hear me. Let me know if you can hear me all right, if we're having any problems. And we will proceed with the comments and calls and that sort of business. We have as announcements today, the UK White Wellbeing Group seems to have disappeared from Telegram. Is that what others are seeing as well? That the UK White Wellbeing Group, which was started when a lot of people in the UK were coming over to White Wellbeing and the work that we are doing. And so then they ended up joining the UK White Wellbeing Group instead. And then I noticed that the membership participation declined as I refused to condemn all Jews rather than just anti-white Jews. And now I think it's completely gone. Vase of Flowers says, yeah. Oh, to something else. Dr. Frost is here. Hello to you. Let's take a look at the financial gifts in just a moment. So I think it might be gone. If others knew about it, then maybe it is. We have here, if you have noticed me sharing testimonials across my social media platforms, like I just shared the great Franklin, testimonial from the great Franklin. Hadn't really done this in the past, but the defamation, just the widespread defamation of what is inevitably or undoubtedly an anti-white op, both organic by Jay Sperging subversives and by anti-whites who are sort of undercover, if you will, and acting as though they're white sympathetic. Slandering of me, slandering of the community, using these testimonials, putting them out there infuriates these people, and it pushes back on their claims. You know, if I were any of the things they claimed, and if this community was any of the things they claimed, people would not be writing these beautiful things that I'm able to share. So it absolutely infuriates these folks, and I love that. And it's honestly, it's the right thing to do. When people pour themselves into a comment, a testimonial, as many people as possible should be able to hear it. If I could reach millions, I would make sure that everybody knew about you, your work, your commitment. You better believe it. So if you're seeing that, that's the reason why. And you could have a testimonial that I also share across all of my platforms. And who knows who will see them. I mean, maybe Musk is going out king making and identifying people, liking comments, sharing things. And so who knows? Who knows what could happen? Tuesday, is his name Clues? Is it David Clues? It's David. I'm going to be on his show with him at 4 p.m. Eastern, and that's 8 GMT on Tuesday, 8 p.m. GMT, 4 Eastern, and we're going to have a little discussion. I don't know exactly what about, but I agreed to come on and for an interview, so I'm looking forward to that. We have a piece of mail in the mailbag, and it's from a noble gentleman, our dear friend and brother, Randy. in service to white well-being. Let's get out some raucous emojis, some 07s. Please, ladies and gentlemen, please, to ever reliable Randy, $25 financial gift. And he says, saying everything he wants to say with those $25. God bless you, brother. It's always great to open the mailbag, and there you are staring up at me. You're like, hello from down here. You know, and I'm like, it's Randy. I pull him up. I give him a big hug. Thank you so much, brother. We love you. $25 from the great Randy. Very much appreciate that in the mailbag. And let me go over to Cash App, and we will see what's happening there. Thank you all for celebrating Randy. There's Brand Danger with some fireworks going off around Randy's name. Thank you for celebrating. We have here today Yiz the Unifier, ladies and gentlemen, over here on Cash App. I think she went to bed, unfortunately. She was financially gifted $5. God bless you, sister. And she says, weekly folk tithe. Entropy is still not working for me, she says. I'm going to have to reach out to Entropy and see what the deal is. I guess if Entropy doesn't work for you when you try to financially gift and or try to get on the widget, let me know. The question widget, Talk Heaven widget. And it might be that you have to delete the cookies that you have for Entropy and sign in again and see if it works that way. But it could be a glitch on their end. We'll find out. Thank you so much for that. That's Yiz the Unifier, ladies and gentlemen. A true epic champion in service to white well-being. Oh, my goodness. 007s, 07s, raucous emojis, 95s, ladies and gentlemen. Swashbuckling flags and swords and shields for the great Slots. Gentleman philosopher in service to white well-being, financially gifting $50 today. Thank you so much, champ. 50 white well-being dollars to the great work that we are doing here. I really appreciate it. He says, for after Western kind, Go Free owns anti-whiteism. Oh, you are so right. You are so right, brother. We absolutely have been doing this. This is all ours. The victories are all team white well-being. They are all team white well-being. God bless you, man. Thank you so much for that. That's in the name of all those folks out there who are trying to give credit elsewhere for the work that we are doing here. Slots is so epic, isn't he? Make sure you follow that guy. Retweet him on Twitter. A true gentleman in service. Man of the West. True man of the West. You know, I want to... let me just make myself a note really quickly here. Mention that might be a valuable point to make a little later. It was something I was thinking about earlier. God bless you, Slots. Thank you all for celebrating. Gems for his feet, crowns for his head. That's how our heroes, when they walk the ground, they have gems thrown, and so they cross gems like sand. It feels like sand under their feet. There's so many gems. Wow. Get out your 007s, your 95s, your Team WWBs, your raucous emoji, fireworks, dragons, crowns, and gems for the one and only guy who works on your eye, Dr. I. Financially gifting this evening and during this gathering, ladies and gentlemen, 100 white well-being dollars. A testimonial. Every single one of these a testimonial to Team White Well-Being, to the good that we do, the great that we do, the successes we have over anti-whiteism. $100 from this working class champion. 100. He says, God bless you, sir, for white well-being. Amen to that. Amen, brother. Thank you so much. Let these testimonials, motivate you. Let this, if you're new, you're listening to us, you've been around for a while, you participate, you're a wallflower, whatever it is, you got to be wondering, what's the difference? Why are people so motivated here to make this happen? And the reason why, you'll see if you would decide to indulge the method, really get into it, really get into this practice, you'll see why. You'll see how it changes you. You'll see how it changes your family. You'll see how it reaches people that you never thought could be reached. God bless you, man. God, fantastic community. All right, let me swivel around over here. We'll check out entropy. And we begin with the 07s and 007s and keep them going. 95s, the number that matters, ladies and gentlemen, for the one and only Dude Bro Moment. Financially gifting 50. Again, 50. White well-being, put an end to anti-whiteism. 50. Tie up anti-whiteism and cut its head off. The ideology, not people. 50 white well-being dollars. Dude Bro Moment, thank you so much. And he writes for white well-being. God bless you, man. Nobody, and this is it's so wonderful. Nobody would give time, energy, and effort and money like this and not be totally committed to it. This movement of love, hope, and redemption that seeks to improve the West for every people that live inside the West by putting an end to the victimization of Western kind, our physical bodies, psychological mind, our spirits, and our projections out into the world that we in its aggregate call our culture. God bless you, Dude Bro Moment. Magnificent. $50 more from that Herculean champion. We have here Matt jumping in. Thank you so much, Matt. He wanted to, I guess, try to help out on entropy to see what was going on. And he says for him, he financially gives $3. He says that it seems to work for me. Now, you're talking about the donation widget, yes? And then another $3, so making it $6 total. And he says, again, works for me. So let me just clarify. You don't have to financially gift again. If you are on YouTube, just tag me, No White Guilt. Are you saying that the donation widget is working, or are you seeing your questions come up on the question widget? Because I don't see, like, I can't even write into the question widget if I wanted to, it looks like. So I don't know what's going on. It must be you're talking about the financial gifting. But thank you so much for jumping in and try to help us figure out what's wrong over here with your hard-earned dollars. And folks, thank God you already have these buttons clicked. Gems for the feet, drop the crowns on the head. You all know the score. Mrs. Jess Horst decided to give a little bit more. I don't know how I'm able to do that. $200 more. Oh my God. 200 more. Oh my God. Dollars from Mrs. Jess Horst testimonial. Good Lord, this epic champion in service to white well-being. Make some jewelry for her in the live chat. Make some jewelry. Fire up the furnaces and churn this woman out some gold and ivory. Chris Elephanton for Miss Jess Horst. Chris Elephanton. She says here, with 200 white well-being dollars, I appreciate what Anna shared. It's my thought that I would like Westman to be in charge of Western kind and all of her countries. Those non-Westmen who want to help and sustain white well-being with permission to live in our countries are certainly not discarded. Absolutely. 100%. None of those people are discarded. We're not like conservatives where they need them to feel valid and need them to believe that their opinions are just. No, we don't need that. That's how we know, and that's how they know that the friendship that we give them and the gratitude that we give them is genuine when they show up and want to help. And that's the case already with the non-white people who are in service to white well-being, fighting against the greatest evil of all ages, which is this anti-whiteism, ubiquitous and global as it is. God bless Mrs. Jess Horst with that testimonial. A woman with 9 children from a working class family, 200 white well-being dollars. God bless you. What an exemplar. What an absolute exemplar. Thank you so much. What a testimonial. What a statement to say to the anti-whites. What an absolute statement. Bam, putting, where they say, the old saying, at least in America, what is it? Money talks and shit walks. If somebody is putting down dollars and they're like, I'm behind this, the Love, Hope, and Redemption to defeat anti-whiteism that includes everybody of every background across the West, I'm willing to put my money down on it. Not just my words, not just my thoughts, but I'm going to put my money down. I'm going to, like Franklin goes out and others go out into the community and they're finding these wonderful posts all over the place. I'm going to give my time and my energy, my effort. That's a statement to all of those individuals that are looking on. So what a team we have here. Team White Well-Being. That is glorious. Powerful too. That is so powerful. God bless you, Mrs. Jess Horst. All right. Let's see. Over here we have on Odyssey, we have a gift of library 0.2 library tokens from Wing It. Thank you so much, brother. And he says, Master Kuna, money order and flash drive is in the mail. Keep up your marvelous work. Well, thank you so much for that. I appreciate it. I'll be looking out for it. And he adds, P.S. Can you encourage your viewers to subscribe to my YouTube channel? Is that the name of it? I can't remember. Is it Wing It Productions? He'll write it in the chat, the name of it. You'll be able to find it on YouTube. And you'll be able to subscribe there. Wing It Productions, thank you so very much. Right now, I'm not drawing up your channel. So I'm assuming that everything is white positive over there. So follow, give him a follow, and let's build this community up. Team White Wellbeing is going to have to build ourselves up because as you can see, others are going to do anything they can to pull at it, to pull it down, to undermine. Let's get to your comments. And if anybody financial gifts, I'll keep my eyes open. But let's get to some of the comments in the thread. We have the lovely Porridge. The genius down under says, now is the time to unfollow accounts and leave the chat groups who are aggressive and hyperbolic. I'm seeing huge levels of honeypotting recently. The agencies have been given billions of dollars in funding, and they are desperate for results. Be very careful. That's brilliantly said. And that's the kind of love and devotion we show each other in service to white well-being. Cool Papa J Magic, who's here, says in the threads, I've tried in Buddy Brown comment sections. Those people are a certain type, not willing to listen or even consider. Now, I just want to point out here that in our threads, in our live chats, again, we talk about the content creators. There'll be solo actors, and a little less often the teams will talk about publicly who they are, because that's a little bit more of a subtle way that they go about it strategically. But we have these individuals who will come in and say, okay, targeting this person, trying to get the lexicon dialectics of this person, and then the content creator says it, And then what happens invariably is some fan of like Fuentes comes along and says, oh, he said it because of Nick. Really, Nick never says that word. Well, so what? Nick has a bigger audience. No, it's these people in Team White Wellbeing. So stop trying to steal credit from them. J Magic says, a sea of midwits, boomer-spirited conservatives. I'm really not trying to be mean, he says. There are many great boomers out there. I've tried, oh well. We can't blame our people for being misled, only for rejecting truth when it's right in front of them. And even then, it's not really their fault per se, but you might have to shame them nonetheless. Yes, out of those bad ways. Let's see, what do we have here? We have Thomas Jones, who writes, the go-free method is the way. The key has been found. Hail, Jason, unlocker of gates and breaker of spells. I like that one. That's very cool. Thomas Jones. Nice. I'm going to keep an eye. Make sure you tag me in the live chat as No White Guilt, so I can keep an eye on your messages there, and I will get to the calls here in just a moment. And let me go ahead and pull up the Skype. You have to friend me on Skype. I'm Jason Kuna, No White Guilt. Friend me there, and then I call you when it becomes your turn. Tonight, number one is WorldConqueror, and then Baron is next. Make sure you write me. Oh, I already see you. Okay, good deal. So I'll be able to call you. All right. And thank you all for celebrating. Can you believe the team we have here? Anthonite is here. Great to see you. Democrat Poop City. That's an interesting name. An interesting screen name. God, look at all the celebrations. I love it. We have here Robert Hartley in the thread says, liberal tears literally flooding the joint there, NWG. Yeah, exactly. We like to call them anti-whites, though, but you're right. Bulldog Boris writes this in the threads. Going free is an ongoing practice. Our minds are so indoctrinated with anti-whiteism on a subconscious level that we must always be hyper aware. Very true. Very true. The moment you think that you don't have white guilt, the moment you think that you aren't infected by MPs or you're just fine, you better be thinking at the same time that you have forgotten how to drive the car or ride a bicycle, because those things are in your head. It's an incessant voice. You have to do the practice to counteract it. Bescape writes here, the great Bescape says, Mark just made a video about Hollywood bias of Christians, and I've been commenting to him that it's an anti-white attack. I'm guessing he's Mark Dice. If the founders were Muslim, it would be Hollywood's bias on Muslims. You never see Hollywood attacking black churches or Latino churches. You guys should let people in the comments know that Christian attacks are proxies for attacks on white people. Amen to that. That's exactly what it is. 100%. And what would somebody like Dr. Turley, might be a great guy, and Tucker, what would they say? They would say, we never used to have attacks on churches when white Christianity is being attacked. But they would show you non-white Christians in the video, if there was video playing in the background. But now it's this abstract general norm that churches are attacked. Whatever. These are these proxy positions that don't work. Abe Adams says this: printing our own money would absolutely be a W. You want to stay under the Federal Reserve, who is endlessly printing meaningless money and increasing our deficit every single year to send money to countries around the globe? ? You've got a lot of red flags, man, says Abe. Can you imagine being as mid-witted as Abe is here, to say that printing our own money would be an absolute win. All right, Abe, get started on it. See how long that works out. They kill people for that, Abe. And what gives currency value, Abe? Are you going to say, are you going to be like one of these libertarians and you're like, well, gold has an intrinsic value, but then you also have these cryptocurrencies that have this sustaining over time value greater than this. Yeah. What gives money value is the ability to murder you if you don't use it. End of conversation. If you can't murder the opposition to make them use your money, then there's no use in printing it. Ezra St. White says, anti-whiteism is totally out of control. Hats off to Jason for continuously pointing out this societal attack on white people. I hope the reaction of this current anti-white immorality will spark a light in great people and wake up our intelligent white brothers to stick together like the strong chain we are. I love the energy, brother. We know we got to get these people, when they see immoral, when they see what we would call immoral in the world, they need to already be empowered with our concepts, our lexicon of dialectics, so that their choices about how to resist comport with the well-being of our people. If they don't, these selfish individualists will make very different decisions that are detrimental to us. And we've been looking at these videos, it's been a very instructive gathering. Go Free Germany writes, he's more the vanguard, bringing his lexicon anti-white. What are you saying there? Oh, bringing, I guess, he's more the vanguard, bringing the opposition down, the anti-whites, and then talking about me, and that's the he. His lexicon, and then of that anti-white, anti-whiteism, Western civilization, etc., is spreading even amongst people who hate him, Jason, and anti-whites have no defense against it. Precisely. Very well written. Thank you, brother. That was my fault not understanding there at first. We have Victorian Time Traveler writes this. Nothing fancy, the pistol review guy. We played that video at the very beginning of the gathering before we got started. I can't believe it. That guy is awesome. You know who would never have been able to convince him of anything in a million years, writes Victorian Time Traveler? Effing antags. Exclamation point. Precise. Over 1 million people that guy's reaching. Antags would have never been able to reach him. Nothing fancy. Time Traveler finishes up. This is yet more physical proof of go free. I hope he doesn't appear to be. I hope Nothing Fancy sees this, saying that he doesn't appear to be on Twitter, but he hopes he sees it. God bless you, brother. I hope he does as well. He would have never listened to antags. He would have never come out and say, the big problem is anti-whiteism. That was us. You're welcome. That was Team White Well-Being. Hyperborean Dream in the live chat says, no white guilt, super sharp shirt and tie. Thank you, good sir. I appreciate that. I am comfortable in all forms of dress for the white race, all forms of attire. Boris writes, never forget that we developed high intelligence to survive in cold temperatures. Now there is another type of coldness over us once again. That is just as life-threatening, if not worse. Anti-whiteism. Never forget that life is still a struggle for survival, and that it is still survival of the fittest, and that the evolutionary vetting process is still in effect, where the weak and dumb will perish. So we must become stronger, smarter, and more intelligent than our victimizers. The jaywalkers are very successful, and we should at least be able to gather that some amount of people with just as strong peoplehood and intelligence, once the bottleneck vetting process has been completed. And this is why you should not be discouraged, because even if we do not end anti-whiteism in our generation, we at least laid the foundation for our future generations to eventually build a people out of our deracinated race that will be just as strong of a people as jaywalkers are today. And once we reach that level, and we will, anti-whiteism will be plucked out wherever it even thinks about setting ground, because we will have anti-whiteism laws just as firm as anti-Semitism laws of today. So never be discouraged, as none of our efforts are done in vain, because the foundation of work we put in now will in the future at some point lead to the end of anti-whiteism, if only for our future generations. And to be part of that foundation is an honor and a glorious and beautiful thing, and definitely a meaningful existence. And not to sound cliche, but do it for the children of our future, so that they may live in a world free of anti-whiteism. We shall succeed someday. We survived and adapted to cold climate before. You think some anti-white bastards going to be the ones who finally take us out? Not on my watch. Our victory is inevitable. I love that. Go get it, make it happen, doer attitude. Awesomely written, Boris. We have, let's see, who's next here? Oh, no, I don't have who. Oh, no, that was Porridge, wasn't it? We have Deo. What did we decide to call you again? Writes, Millionaire Jason would change the world overnight. Great stream. Thank you. That's fantastic. There would be big changes. And you could just see all of these support shamers from the Antag circles all running over saying, hey, you got money, people gave you money. How dare they? Promethean Kitchen writes this. See, this is how anti-whiteism affects everyone, even if you are a black teacher protecting white Christian students. This is how collateral damage works. Their main target is white people, but they do not care if it affects a black person. That's how we know they are anti-white. Beautifully written and so true. And that's the thing that has to be communicated to a lot of conservative people, because they incorrectly think that the way to handle the anti-white attack, because there are collateral people who are collateral damage who are non-white, is to make it this abstraction. It's part of the reason to make it an abstraction so that they incorporate everyone. What they don't understand is you can incorporate everyone to defeat the ideology that targets white people and victimizes everyone. For God's sake. Tucker needs to have me on. I mean, we're going to have someone big, because I have been too good for too long, and Team White Wellbeing too successful. Because make no mistake, I totally know that if we didn't have, and I say it often, if we didn't have this giant team of super champs that are making this happen, that are going out and targeting people, me just continuing to shout into the void and targeting a person here, targeting a person there, not even a fraction. So we are a giant team. This is a giant organism. But me and my face and my person being like brought on to Tucker and being able to have a conversation with Tucker would solidify the source of love, hope, and redemption for Western kind and all the peoples who live in the West. We have to make something like that happen. The thing I wanted to say, I'm going to make the call right now. I'm going to say earlier, I was forgetting about, I'm going to call WorldConqueror, and he's going to have 10 minutes, and then Baron for 10 minutes, roughly, and then that's it. Or no more, because then we'll be out of time. But is that a lot of people, we're talking about bottleneck and genetic bottleneck, and there is one happening for the white race. And you might see yourself, you might look out at the world and you might say, well, you never made it financially, so you're not as worthy. You're not a star athlete. You're not beautiful. You don't have the best health. You're not in the best shape, and all of these different things. Everybody here, I want to share this with you. Everybody here in service to white well-being has the most important gene in their bodies that's lacking elsewhere. Even in the best looking white people out there, they obviously are not exhibiting this gene. The wealthiest, not exhibiting this gene. What you have, and we know for sure, the most important gene that we need to be carried on. Does anybody know what it is? Loyalty. Now there have been studies, I'm not going to talk about these studies, but there is a genetic basis, in my opinion, for loyalty. We need the most important thing for our future white little boys and little girls out there, not only to be inoculated against anti-whiteism, the psychological warfare that is waged against us, but we need them to be born with a predisposition to loyalty to our people. And I 100%, this is about packs, and you can, how animals work together. And then when they don't, rest assured that the pack animals that did not have enough of a desire to be a part of the pack went off by themselves and died. That's what's going to happen to the white race. To all of these selfish individualists, they will die. They will die out because they can't survive. There's no longer an opportunity to be separated by hundreds of thousands of miles from other peoples. You're going to be amongst other peoples. You need a genetic predisposition to loyalty. If you don't, you'll be like one of those who should be a member of a pack, but you go out on your own. I mean, could you imagine, we go back to the ant analogy. Could you imagine one ant going off by itself? Not going to live very long. Let's get to these calls right now. We're calling WorldConqueror.
Hello.
Hey, good brother. How are you? Promethean Hales, and what's on your mind?
Promethean Hales. So the first thing I was going to say is thank you to all the people who have been pushing the lexicon. There's been a lot of progress, especially whoever was pushing it to people like Matt Walsh, and I think someone was pushing it to Charlie Kirk. I don't know, but
yes,
that really stood out to me because I remember I used to be a groiper, and Nick Fuentes, he would always talk about how, CPAC, they're like, oh, we're going to get all these people at CPAC to finally distance themselves from, he would call it globalism or whatever. It was really anti-whiteism.
Yeah.
And I think that it's just very interesting because it was like, there was all this bullshit that didn't work. And then all of a sudden, all you have to do is say a few words like a spell, right?
Right.
It's anti-white. It's like almost like an incantation. And now it's like, it's all exposed, right?
Yeah.
Suddenly you see the bullshit for what it really is, the evil.
Yeah. Perfectly said. Yes.
And yeah, that was amazing. It really is amazing. It's like magic. That was the first thing I was going to say. The second thing is I actually found an article, and it was unintentionally, I think it was unintentionally white negative, but I don't really know what the intent of the article was, but I found an article, an archive from the 1960s, 1967, and the way it was described, it sounds like it was written by an African American man. The article, the word he used was outdated. It was an outdated word for black people that was appropriate at the time, but it said blacks are anti-Semitic because they're anti-white. So this word was in usage during 1967 by newspapers, by non-white people. And I can send you the article link later, but that is just crazy, right?
Did he say?
It's like,
Did he say anti-Semitic or anti-white?
well, the article, the claim behind the article, I don't know whether it was true, but and it was phrased in a white negative way, which isn't good. But the fact that it said the word was profound. It said that basically the claim and the title of the article was that people of African descent in the United States who are anti-Semitic because they are anti-white.
Oh, wow.
And the title was blacks are anti-Semitic because they're anti-white. Of course, he didn't use the word black. He used a different word, which was appropriate at the time.
Right.
But it's not anymore, which is why I'm not saying it.
That's awesome.
Because I don't want your YouTube to get shut down.
Yes, thank you.
The last thing I was going to say is I expected to find like nothing when I looked up anti-white, but that was one of the first things I found was this old archive from this old newspaper, which is still around, but it was an archive of the newspaper. And I'll send it to you later. Okay. But it's just funny because you look at the things that show up when it says anti-white, and the anti-whites have to use our lexicon now. They're like, well, no, there's not anti-white discrimination because of this study, which was funded by anti-whites or whatever.
Fantastic.
Yeah. So that's all I was going to say. But Promethean Hails.
Promethean Hails, brother. You're a champ. And we so enjoy and cherish your service to white well-being. You may call in anytime, good sir. Awesome, champ. Sweetie says, Jason, you might want to check out John Doyle from Heck Off Commie. He's a young man with a good, strong views, and he might even be a fan of your work. Really? Well. If you please reach out to him. If you know him, or you can maybe make a comment in his comment section that he might read, reach out to him and let him know. I would be happy to talk with him, have him on here, go over on his platform. I know I know a little about him, very little, but he's seems like a good guy, and has a little bit more of like a healthier audience than some of the other circles out there. So thank you for mentioning that, sweetie. I appreciate it. All right, we're calling Baron White right now. We have the white magic here. It is magic. Promethean hails to you, sir. It's great to hear from you. And what's on your mind?
Oh, yes. Well, so two things I kind of wanted to bring up. So one was how we should start using, I think, Go Free. It's white well-being is more than just political stuff, as we all know. But I think I want to stress it even more, how just self-improvement itself can enhance your white well-being advocacy,
yes,
in multiple ways, in the form of like ripple effects and everything. So, for example, if you go to the gym, naturally you're going to look better. Therefore, if you're more attractive, people are more likely going to accept what you're going to say compared to some fat anti-white. Like, because a mistake I used to have in the past is I neglected my own well-being. Like, I'll be constantly in chats, constantly in threads, spreading the lexicon and everything, yet I haven't seen my family in a couple of days. It's like, white well-being includes your well-being. And as I was talking to a champion a while back, he actually improved the MC that I made there, and he said white well-being starts with your well-being.
I like
it's
that.
It's an integral part of it.
Yeah.
And that's appealing to vagues, because the whole reason why, well, the main reason why they hate anti-whiteism is because it destroys things that they like.
Yeah.
It affects them from doing what they love to do. So how we can appeal to them more is while we promote to them that, hey, because the majority of people, let's face it, they're not really into well, vague specifically, they're not really into politics and everything like that. Like for me, I can give a rat's ass about some of the things because it's really boring and really hard to keep on top of.
Yeah.
Whereas if we frame to them that, hey, look, we're not just about politics, we're about well-being, it's about survival. It's about your happiness, how you can achieve your happiness. And anti-whites, they destroy that, they disrupt it in various ways, because the majority of the time when they're complaining when anti-whites are disrupting what they love to do. So
yeah,
that's the approach that I want everyone to start thinking about more. Like this, I'm sure most people do think this way, but I don't know. But new people who may be listening, white well-being starts with your well-being. Like, take the time also as you're doing activism and everything like that to work on things and bettering yourself in your own life. Because I'll give you guys a white pill here. So since I've been doing that, I've been going to the gym, I'm really into running and everything like that. My mum has seen a positive impact in my own life. I'm more well-dressed, I'm more friendly, I communicate and spend time with the family, all these positive attributes. And I tell her that I attribute it all to that, all this success from the Go Free method. And then she went, she saw an old friend, and she was telling her old friend about how I'm doing all these awesome things, like I've got a podcast, yada yada. And then the friend says, well, what started it? What started it? And she said, well, it's white well-being, because white well-being includes your well-being. It highlighted that, hey, well, because before I was an individual, or before I never really had self-worth. Because can you blame yourself when anti-whites are telling you that you are nothing?
Yeah, exactly.
And then now I'm empowered to go, well, look, I want to be the best Westman I can be. I want to be a man of the West, and I want to live up to the standards of our ancestors and all the awesome, miraculous achievements that they've achieved in the past. And they did that by bettering themselves in the best way that they can. And I believe that is an integral part of the practice. It's more. It's more.
Precisely.
Yeah. So that's one thing. And then the other thing too, so just a brief update on the Aussie Go Free training.
Cool.
It's been going fantastic. So I have two amazing guys that keep showing up, which is awesome. And then sometimes we have some Americans join in and they try to give an Aussie accent. And just try to do it. It's hilarious. But it was good. It was good.
Cool.
Yeah, so shout out to Lockie, Londa, and Porridge.
Oh, yeah.
Awesome champions.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. You know them.
Yeah.
Awesome champions. They're so much fun to talk with. Always showing up consistently, which I couldn't thank them enough, because if they couldn't, then, well, we wouldn't be doing it. Because another important aspect of white well-being is we need to connect.
Yes.
Get out of this individualism crap. We're not going to make it if we all go, I'm going to do my own individual thing with my own individual idea. It never works, because, like you said, in survival in the jungle, the people who survive are the people who work together. Funny, isn't that? But yeah, they're really good, and I encourage all other Aussies, if you're interested, and if you hear, Aussie Go Free training, and you may want to join for fun, then how you find it is, so under Jason Coney's Go Free stream, he has a link to Anders' Promethean chat. You'll join that. It's on Telegram, so it requires you to download Telegram. And then just find the White Baron. Or in that group chat, I post announcements saying, hey, we're going to be doing it. And if the current time that I usually do, it doesn't work for you, just reach out to me, because I'm a flexible dude. So are they. And I just want to build this community, because that's the way moving forward, building that solid foundation that we can build a house on, because no structure survives on an unrubbled foundation.
Yes.
It just will crumble. So that's that for me.
Perfect, man. Everything you said there was glorious. I love it. And please call in more often. I want to hear more from you.
Oh, of course. It'll
All
be
right.
my honor.
Fantastic.
All right. Promethean Hails and Pax Diorum.
Promethean Hails, brother. We'll talk to you again soon. Bye-bye.
Okay. All right. Bye-bye.
That guy, both of those guys, WorldConqueror, Baron White, they are doing amazing things. I'm very impressed. I'm really proud as we're coming down to the final seconds. And I'm thinking as I'm listening to both of these guys, that I need to set aside like the final, not just the final half hour, because I end up talking some and then it ends up with shorter calls. I need to set aside like the whole final hour. And then that way I can talk a little bit and we can get more callers and give each more time so we can hear more I want to hear more from you all. I want to hear more about what you're doing and how you see things. And I mean, we have Baron White talking about this, the absolute truth. Getting healthy, he noted it, that you want to be healthy or healthier to be able to communicate better. And you get to there, because you start studying the Go Free method, white well-being, and you find value in yourself where there wasn't value before. You're just this hated cur because you're white, especially if you're a white male. And you suddenly realize that, hey, I'm valuable. I've got greatness inside of me that I can tap into. You can do that mentally, spiritually, physically. That happens all here in service to white well-being. So God bless him. That's glorious. And his mother is like, yeah, he's getting better because of white well-being. We want all white moms saying that. How many white mothers out there would say, my son's getting better because he became an antag? My son's life has really improved since he became an antag. Or he's just a lawyer now and he's no. They're like, no, I don't have any son. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? As we reach the final minute, this is white magic, by the way, WorldConqueror was saying. And I guess we're going to have to say, since somebody back in the 1960s used anti-white, I guess you can't credit Bob Whitaker anymore with it. But I love you all. Listen, we're going to be back. We're going to be rocking. We're going to make this week. And by the way, was that guy non-white who said that? WorldConqueror, was that a non-white guy? Because then we can credit a non-white guy. But anyhow, we're going to make this week rock. I'll probably do a roll-in, and then we'll come back on next Sunday. Things are just getting more amazing by the day. Big things coming up. Look forward to seeing you all at those times. I love you all. I want you to make your lives meaningful. Every moment of your life, you are the central character. You're writing yourself into these pages as the hero. Make it exciting. Make yourself somebody worthy of remembering. I love you all. Let's go free.